but she can't take you anyway. You don't already know how to go. And I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down, 'cause I'm already standing on the ground.
Ja. Aber ja, okay, es funktioniert. Aber da werden auch nicht 100.000 Leute sein. Nein, ist okay. Wir werden sehen.
So. Dann ja. Ja, okay. So.
Okay.
Do you want to take a seat, guys?
Yeah, sure.
So, good morning. Berlin is sleeping in, I guess. So I'm very happy to have you here. And we had an exciting first day last night. And so the takeaways for me were, especially when we look at the Gartner hype cycle, then we see, okay, we had this hype, and then we were all through the, let's say, valley of tears, and for some also pain in regard of blockchain. But now, as we can see in the implementations and first projects, and for example, when we had plastics here, or what the WWF, so the World Wildlife Fund, did, this is already quite impressive, and we see now it's picking up. And this is also the idea for today, to look more into the implementations we have. Also, how can we use them for the UNDP, for example. And what was also quite interesting for me in the discussion, as it came out, in the first period, we looked at the tech. So the last years, it was all about the technology of blockchain, and does it work, how it works, what do we need to fix, and so on. And now with Cardano, for example, we are in the third generation already, and now we are trying to do it right. And we will hear in a second why Cardano also decided to go the tough road, let's say, and not just the easy road and say, okay, we're kind of done, but this is over to you then. So this was one. We are not now looking at the solutions, and when we are looking at the solutions, it's not about tech anymore. Yes, this is what we are talking about strongly because we need it, but from a user perspective, it's important to understand. Too many people are still kind of afraid when they hear blockchain because they think of crypto and whatsoever out there. But the point is, we are now getting in the phase where the industry, and here the steel guys also we have, and believe me, they know what business means and tough business and what the everyday challenges are. And this is now the interesting part where we look at the solutions and don't need and maybe should not talk about blockchain anymore. People want things that they work. They don't care what's in the background. I know that's your job to make it work, and that the user experience is what they expect. But what's in the background, nobody cares. But the customers of Stahlo, they want to trust in what they receive. If they get steel, for example, they want to trust that this steel has the right combination, has the right certificates, etc. And this is something they need to verify and to make sure. And this is something we have in many industries, like we saw with the plastics yesterday. It's important now to show the proof. How we do it technically, this is not necessarily what the people need to know. And I think these were quite important learnings we had last night, and I hope these are one of the takeaways you will take for you on the tech side, but also then for the people looking at it like UNDP, how this solution might work in the future and how we can adapt them. So, and maybe the last thing for me was, as we are so advanced now, it's not that tech is the limitation. What we can do on this level is already kind of limitless. And this is what we saw in the AI discussion. So how bringing AI and blockchain together, and then when you see that AI agents are coping with each other, doing business with each other based on blockchain, there you realize, okay, now this is a whole different level. Sure, we first need to get the basics right, but this is now the phase we're in. But pretty quickly it will also pick up and then really merge AI and blockchain, and then we have a totally different discussion already again. And I guess next year I'm already excited what we are talking about next year in this regard. So these were the big topics for me. We will see in a year what's happening. As always, maybe on the short term, we overestimate the velocity, but in the long run, always we underestimate innovations, and therefore I'm also quite happy to be here during these exciting times. And I have to admit, with my age, I could not imagine, or I would not have lived at any other time. Why? Because to see how the internet came up, how we all had our Nokia phones and couldn't imagine that there would be something else, and when the BlackBerry came out, and then the iPhone and so on. And I think these are such amazing times now with blockchain and everything happening. And yeah, so hope you find it as exciting as I do. And now I'm really happy to hand over to Cardano, our next speaker. And there we have Sandro giving us a glimpse why you choose the hard road, let me put it this way, and what your goals are and your next step. And then we will dive into industry implementations we have and some business best practices and examples.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Good morning. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. My name is Sandro Tarquini. I'm Global Head of Business Development at the Cardano Foundation. And I just learned less than 24 hours ago that I actually have the possibility to address you today. So let me use the couple of minutes that I have in front of you to explain to you and to tell you why Cardano Foundation focuses on enterprises. And you mentioned it. We try to do it the hard way. And I would like to give you an explanation why we do that way. In order to do that, just... okay, it's early morning also for the tool. Let's see. Where do I need to get forward with my slides? Now, okay. Yeah. We see the mix between Google and Microsoft, so the slides are a little bit disturbed. So, what is the Cardano Foundation and what are we standing for? I mean, we are a Swiss non-for-profit organization representing the Cardano protocol. We are one of the 3 Genesis entities. And as you can see, we are dedicated to revolutionize global enterprise operations with our technology. We have 3 core focuses: operation resilience, education, and adoption. Operation resilience, of course, because if you want to address enterprises, you need to actually have or create the same level of trust as they have with their existing solutions. Otherwise, you don't have a chance to get in there. Education, still, because there are a lot of people that think, okay, distributed ledger technology is Bitcoin. It's crypto. But it's way more than that. We all know that. But this is not a truth that is actually distributed everywhere out there. So education is key, and we have an academy. If you don't know it yet, please go and have a look. And if you want to learn about DLT, not necessarily about Cardano, about DLT, a very good place to start your education. And thirdly, and that is what I'm responsible for together with my team, it's adoption. That's no big news. All the foundations, they are fighting for adoptions. The thing is, they do it in different ways. What we have decided as Cardano Foundation is, let's do it the hard way. Let's not chase the next hype cycle. Is it NFTs a couple of years ago? If it's meme coins today? No. We try to bring our technology into traditional industries and solve real-world problems. That is what we are trying to do. And yes, it is the hard way. I can really tell you that this is the case. Well, why is it important? Why is adoption important? Adoption is the key to really get the self-sustaining ecosystem that we are all dreaming of. If we don't get anybody to use our technology, we are gone sooner or later. Of course, right now, all the layer ones still sit on big treasuries and so on, but these treasuries are also depleted sooner or later, and if there are no transaction fees coming in, sooner or later, this will be over. So let's see if I can manage now. Yes. So why is enterprise adoption important? I think the industry, the distributed ledger technology, the blockchain industry, has achieved one goal. We have crypto retail adoption today. We have 3 trillion market cap. We have hundreds of millions of wallets. Only last week I've seen that the biggest exchange market is marketing that they have 270 plus million in wallet users. And that's one exchange, and we know how many exchanges there are out there, no matter if DEXs or centralized exchanges, and we have global adoption. So it's fair to say we have managed retail crypto adoption. But is that enough? No. Because we all know that at stock exchanges, no matter if a crypto stock exchange or a traditional, or a crypto exchange or a traditional stock exchange, what's traded there is hopes, dreams, and outlooks. And that's what it is. But somebody needs to underfit these hopes and dreams and outlooks. Otherwise, the value very quickly goes down to zero. And that is needed. We can only do that if we get traditional industries to adopt our technology and to use it. And not only for small POCs, but really to solve essential problems that they have in their daily business. Because the truth is, blockchains are a beautiful infrastructure. But is that enough as a value proposition to sell to enterprises? I think it was said yesterday in a panel, no, it's definitely not. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, especially Stahlo, but I don't think this is a value proposition that you jump on, and you don't introduce a solution just because it's blockchain. What matters is actually what can we solve with the technology. That's the only thing that counts at the end of the day. And enterprises only adopt blockchain technology if a solution is increasing their revenue, cuts costs, or if it changes the user experience fundamentally. And here, let me be clear, to the better, not to the worse. And I think that is also something that we have seen in the past. Or there's the fourth possibility, if the regulator changes the rules of the game. Then you might have the chance to actually step in. An example, the EU with the introduction of the digital product passport, which is a nice use case that could be a real fit for distributed ledger technology. So, these are the only reasons why a company should adopt the technology. Why is this slide half empty? Okay, so what's important if you go out and speak to an enterprise as a representative of a blockchain? Well, there are hard requirements you need to fulfill. It is the resilience that you need to prove, it is the trust that you need to be able to generate. Total cost of ownership is also a topic. And predictability. I know we are not used to that today. Some are not, to be honest. But you also need to be regulatory compliant. Let's make no mistake. If the front wants to introduce a new asset as an example. Let's take it from a bank. Or if the IT wants to introduce a new technology, what stands in between that they actually adopt it? You still have legal, compliance, and procurement. And reality is, they are still using the old checklists they have been using for the last 15 years. And if you don't manage to tick the boxes, there's no way you can introduce your technology, your solution, and so on. This is the hard reality. Yeah, I'm saying there's no way. There might be a way, but it is actually taking a long, long time to really get where you want. Of course, there are other soft factors, soft requirements, like all the sustainability topics. We all know that most of the people out there think, oh, blockchain, distributed ledger technology, isn't that using an enormous amount of energy? Yes, it's true. That's the dominant thinking because of Bitcoin. But there are, of course, other protocols that are way more sustainable and use way less energy than Bitcoin. But these are the things, again, where we come back to the point that you need to do a lot of education. We all need to do a lot of education still to actually get people to the level that they understand what's the difference between a proof of stake and a proof of work blockchain, as an example. And then, of course, it's also the reputation. Because if you speak to a Web3 entity, they don't necessarily care and do a due diligence on you. You're actors within the foundation, as an example, or about the protocol and all these things. But if you speak to mature enterprises in traditional industries, they certainly do a due diligence on you. And, of course, and we have touched that yesterday, and I also mentioned it before a little bit, it is what kind of solutions do you have available to solve problems? So what kind of puzzle bites can you already put in front of them that they can reuse to solve their cases, their problems? There's no question. Blockchain is open for business. We are at the point where the interest is growing again. And most of the people have learned that forget about everything that all the consultants were telling you 10 years ago. Blockchain will revolutionize all the industries. Nothing will be the same anymore because of blockchain and so on. Yeah, 10 years ago, during the hype, they all believed that. All the enterprises were throwing millions at solutions. But what was the outcome? Zero. So now we are in a phase where people understood blockchain is not going to change all the industries. Blockchain is a brilliant technology for some use cases. And now we need to focus on these use cases. And together with the industry, with the input and the maturity, growing maturity of our own industry, I think we are getting there, and we are getting adoption within traditional industries. There's one thing that we should never forget, and this is, don't go to a monastery with your own rules. That means if we want to be successful, we need to adapt to the industry, the traditional industries. It's not that we actually can put our rules upon them, but we need to adapt to their rules in order to make it successful and to make it work. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Otherwise, we will jump right into our next keynote. And I'm very happy to have Katri here from Nortal. And I'm not sure where we met last time, but you're very familiar. And I think it was in Tallinn also. I had also quite a while, I don't know, couple of years, the pleasure to get the e-residency program to see, and the team and everything. And yeah, this was something also quite amazing for me, because also there, what you did, I mean, it's so impressive. 99% of the government let's say, procedures, services are digitalized. There's only one service which is not digitalized, where you still need a signature.
This is fake news now. Everything is
No.
100% digital since this spring. That was
Really?
breaking news, yes.
The last one was if you want to get divorced, then you needed to put your signature down physically.
Now even that is digitalized. The new thing that we're working with in Nortal is proactive digital services, and soon that will be introduced to divorces as well. No,
What does it mean, proactive
no
divorce, or?
proactive divorce is happening. No, this is a joke.
So, great. As you can see, here you have somebody with great knowledge and great stuff you did in the past. So I'm really excited having you here on Greener Industries. What is our next topic? And so then let's take it from there, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Do I have anything to change
Yes.
the slides with as well? I'll do a quick intro first, then hi everyone. My name is Katri Haufe. I represent Nortal. Nortal is an Estonian-founded digital transformation company. We're working across most of the world now. We're quite big in Germany with several hundred people here, 4 offices, Berlin being our head office here in Germany. Also working in Finland with many of the industrial players over there in the metal sector, in the forestry sector, for example. UK is our growing market. We're in the US and Canada, Middle East, so really covering much of the northern hemisphere.
Clicker, which might not work.
The magical
In
tool that does
case,
what it wants to
Jürgen will
do.
help you and click for you.
Very good. Yeah, let's stick with this one right now. And my role at Nortal has been for the past 3 years to work with our maritime and ferry business. So this is actually also something that I will be telling you about. It's the story of smart ports. But before we come to that, maybe I just comment on the story of Estonia. Estonia as a society is considered the most digital public sector probably in the world, with a few runner-ups trying to contest that. And Nortal has been the main partner in building the public sector in Estonia. So we're behind systems like tax administration, social services, where these proactive services come in, where we're building solutions where you don't have to apply for public services, but public services come to you. For example, when a baby is born, then if you comply with all the criteria, the benefits are just paid out to you automatically. We're also working with digital voting, for example. In the last parliamentary election, majority of people voted digitally in Estonia, and Nortal is behind the back office systems there. Also working with, as the main partner of X-Road infrastructure at the moment, which is the public data exchange between all the government institutions in Estonia, also used by the private sector. But yeah, I will now jump actually into this maritime world and smart ports. I work a lot with ferry operators around the world, working with big European companies like DFDS, Brittany Ferries, GNV at the moment in Italy. And our job primarily is to digitalize the processes in the port, in the terminal, to make both passenger traffic, but also very much cargo and the logistics chains work better. So I will share a quick case study from that domain. I have to give a disclaimer. There will not be any blockchain mentioned in that. So it will be a challenge for us in the panel afterwards to discuss what are the next steps related to blockchain that could be built on top. Oh, sorry. Thank you. This was the magic happening. Thank you very much. Here, I just brought a slide about our background, mentioning actually this story that I already explained to you, that we have been the key partners in building the digital infrastructure in Estonia in the public domain. That's on the one hand side. So customs, for example, all incoming packages in Estonia move through our system for verification and very smooth automatic administration. And then on the other hand, we're working with the industrial players many of them mentioned here, where oftentimes we build their data infrastructures for the enterprise level to unify data between different departments, make data accessible, and through that improve both efficiency, but very much also sustainability. I will move. Let's see if mine works as well. It does work. So this is just for introduction. I'll be talking about SmartPort application. As I told you, why I think it can be relevant here today is because it's a hub of logistics. It's bringing together the industrial players with the cargo, connecting different countries and trade. So it's really one use case of how to digitalize logistics. Let's jump into this. My use case or story will be from the Port of Tallinn. Port of Tallinn is an extremely busy ferry port in our capital. It has around 10 million passengers moving through the port every year. There are 3 different operators working there, Tallink, Eckerö Line, and Viking Line. Here we're seeing one of the city center passenger terminals that deals with both passengers and cargo. Cargo moves through there as well. And this port, you can see it's looking quite nice and fancy. You can see some digital infrastructure there as well in a physical way. It has been awarded the best smart port in the world in Hamburg in 2023. And the smart port there deals with all the segments that the port needs to handle, so both the passengers, trucks, trailers, also foot passengers, but also when contractors and staff need to, for example, identify themselves and get access to the port. Now a quick video of what it looks like on a sunny day, so you get a bit of a mental picture of what is happening. Please don't worry, it goes quite fast. It's not a long video. I will explain some of the key steps in just a second as well. But notice this one here. This is around data capture. We call it a pre-gate, where we identify the vehicles. You're giving directions. Here are vehicles waiting for their check-in, which is done in an automatic way in part of the lanes. Then you might recognize this from your own travels. You're collected to the gathering area, so to say. Roughly, it's a factory line, really, that needs to work. There's incoming traffic, and you need to process that in the terminal. And Port of Tallinn is the one who has been able to automate that to the largest degree, and here are the main steps to make it happen. So the first step that happens when vehicles arrive to the terminal, they go through this pre-gate. And because we have a lot of snow and stuff coming from the sky, we built the roof over it. It's not really necessary. But that's where we capture the license plate, the length, height, and width of the vehicles, and for cargo trucks, also the weight of them. Currently, there's also cameras that can capture how many passengers are in the vehicle. They can capture whether the vehicle is carrying dangerous goods by the placards that they have, whether containers have been sealed, and so on. This data is compared to the booking information of who is supposed to come to the terminal. And based on that information, our solution decides where to send them. I think I will jump over this one because it seems like we need to go a little bit faster. I think this is a visual explanation of what type of IoT is used, and we might possibly come back to that later in the panel. The next step is our system is giving guidance to all the vehicles on where to go. This is based on algorithms deciding if they comply with all the requirements for them or if they don't. For example, if they have the bicycles on top, but they forgot to talk about that in their booking, then they will be sent to manual processing. Then they will go through the automatic check-in if everything is correct. In Tallinn, that just takes under 2 seconds to pass. No one has to do anything. The license plate is read, the boom goes up, and you're given instructions then on where to go on the gathering area. That's the area before loading. All the gathering area or marshalling area operations are digitalized in Tallinn as well, so there's no people in these yellow vests calling you forward or sending you to the side. So this has been a major efficiency improvement. And finally, important to note that the system relies on many external integrations. We're integrated, for example, with the police and border guard. So in another port, for example, when the vehicle wants to leave the port, a check will be made with the customs system to understand if they have the permission to leave or not. If no permission, then the gate will not open. And similarly, in Tallinn, we're linked to the National Registry for Vehicles, for example, where information is received about how big this vehicle is supposed to be and how much emission comes from a specific vehicle. This is just an example of what the data is used for, because in reality, every step in the smart port is a data capture, something that we can use to create, you could call it a digital twin, but really it's just real-time information of what happens in your port. And of course, this can be then used for optimizing the daily processes so they work even better. I will summarize with this slide why is it important to use systems like SmartPort. On the one hand, it's the efficiency gains. I told you already many things are automatic. So for example, the check-in process has been able to reduce workload by 75%. 75% reduction of manual labor also on the gathering area, marshalling area. Another aspect of cost savings is from smooth terminal operations, which allows the ferries to depart always on time, but very often, mostly actually also before scheduled departure time, which allows the ferries to sail slower and reduce the consumption of fuel by around 10%. So this is a huge cost saving and also very important for the environment, of course. I think I would stop with that. Thank you very much for listening to this story. No blockchain mentioned here, but definitely see ideas for how to take this forward into the next levels, and we can discuss.
Thank you very much. So why did we pick this example? I don't know if you know the germ saying. There was a germ CEO of a telephone company who said, what happens when you digitalize a shitty process? Excuse my French. You get a digitalized shitty process. So meaning in many industries we are still at the stage where we need to digitalize really the basics and the stuff, and imagine when you have this infrastructure already, what happens when you introduce technologies like blockchain. So I mean, you have a totally different adaptation. You do not need to convince people about why might it be a good idea to have digital stuff, and when you see then the user experience, this is something totally different. I mean, whoever went through a port with his car, who knows how much time it takes, what hassle it can be, etc. And this is a game changer, full stop. And now think further what may happen quickly when we introduce, for example, blockchain to it. And this will our one and only Jürgen explore now with his panel, and therefore I hand over, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for that nice introduction. Yeah, that was a really nice keynote, so thank you very much, really bold, and I'm really looking forward to discussing different things with the blockchain crowd here. So I would like to invite Valerie. She's the co-founder of Green Mining DAO to the panel. Katri, you are of course here. I would like to invite Steffen Bittner. He's the manager for green steel with Stahlo. And Abjit, he's the founder of LW3. He's building on sustainable traceability projects. Hey, nice to meet you all. Okay. Okay. Wherever we find a place.
we are very split up now.
Yeah, it's a distributed system now, more or less.
Come on, join us.
Okay.
Looks a little bit awkward.
Okay. Before we jump in and everyone can introduce themselves, I would like to mention a few sentences from my point of view. So, if you are really serious about greener industries, so there's no way around on digital transformation. So it's not, from my experience, I work a lot with industries. It's more often it's just an add-on. It's a must. It's a but. And even in the moment, people think it's not in the genes of the companies. So what I would say is, you will never have sustainability without transparency. You will never have circularity without data, and you never will have efficiency if systems can't actually think, connect, and respond. So that said, I would love to give you the word and to introduce yourselves, please, with your case, and from this point we will start in a discussion. Maybe Valerie, will you start?
Okay, my name's Valentine.
Valentine, sorry.
Oh, good. Okay, so what we do basically is we're Bitcoin miners, and I think everyone that's read the news about Bitcoin mining in the last 10 years always heard the opposite of green, so that it's a wasteful industry. And funnily enough, this has turned us as an industry into one of the most green industries that there is in the world. So there's nothing, actually, there's almost no manufacturing that is as green as Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin mining is greener than Germany is. So we have more renewable energy in the mix than Germany itself, which is also interesting. But basically, we came from tokenization of renewable energy because the UN back then said, we will not make it work with the governments. The big investors don't invest enough. We actually need retail to jump in as well, and business angels to jump into the renewability mix. And this kind of drove us because we were working with very big solar companies and entrepreneurs. So we thought, how can we tokenize Bitcoin solar and power panels in general, and let it build out further in Europe? And on that path, we noticed how much more efficient and de-risking Bitcoin mining is. So if you put in between a Bitcoin miner on the path of building out a green area or a power plant, you get immediate energy turned into value, and the value is then Bitcoin. Yeah, so basically that's what we do for investors all over the world. And we have an alternative to using, or what we do is circular economy. So we reuse the heat. We're quite known for the heat reuse strategy. So now other miners, so AI mining, for example, they are now coming to us asking for our licenses of how we reuse the heat, for example. Yeah.
Perfect, thanks so much. So Bitcoin mining and sustainability is completely counterintuitive for me, and I love your case. So I'm really looking forward to go deeper in that in the discussion. Maybe Steffen, but Katri did the key. If you want, of course.
I have a mic. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Steffen. Thank you for having me here. There were a lot of interesting things yesterday, and I hope today as well. I'm working for Stahlo, which is a steel company. We are processing steel and distributed to further processing industries like automotive, heating, construction, and I'm very glad to hear that there are some other companies who don't have much to do with blockchain. It's the same for us as well. And if you think the steel industry is kind of old-fashioned, I guess you're right in some way. I had a colleague not long ago who was printing out emails and answering them per hand, putting them in an envelope and sending them to another department. So we are still a little bit behind on the digitalization step, at least for some people. But that was at my former employer. Now I'm working for Stahlo since 2 years in business development. I'm focusing on green steel. And I think most of you know about it. There's a large transformation going on in terms of decarbonization. And we have a unique position in the supply chain because we are somewhere in between. We are just processing the material. We're not creating steel ourselves, but we are working together with large steel mills. You mentioned SSAB, they are a partner of us, but every European mill are the partners we are working with. And of course with a lot of customers from different industries. And although we are not responsible for creating the steel, we need to take full responsibility in the data we deliver to our customers. And over the past years, we tried to find a way to collect data about CO2 emissions and make it somewhere visible and find a solution which makes our customers trust the information they get. And this is when we're talking about trust and transparency, you may already get the idea that the technology we were talking about yesterday and today might be a solution for that. And we are also already giving our customers the opportunity to receive a digital material passport. So a material certificate, which we reimagined with one of our partners, which has not only material test values, but also the CO2 value of the steel. But right now, because we are kind of the only one in the supply chain who is doing that, there's not much of a blockchain. It's more a block right now. So the chain is missing. And we are hoping that we can somehow, with our position, make an impact and change that in the future.
You answered all my questions. Thank you for that. No, proper. No, just talking. Abhijit, what about you?
First of all, a warm good morning to everyone. Myself, Abhijit, I am the co-founder of LW3. So it's a digital product passport on blockchain company. So what we are doing essentially is working on the electric vehicle space, where we are working to put digital product passport on electric batteries. And electric batteries, I assume you all know that it contains lithium, and lithium is like a primary energy source. And as you know, energy cannot be created or destroyed, but it can only be transformed from one form to the other. So that is the thesis or hypothesis we have. Because for Europe, for example, you need to recycle 70% of your, or reuse 70% of electric batteries that is placed in the market. So in that sense, if we have to track each battery and where it ends up, and we need to recycle them properly. So I think that is where we are smashing the idea of blockchain and electric batteries together. And we bring the most powerful features of blockchain, which is identity and store of value, which is essentially the power of Bitcoin, how it was introduced. Right. And we're smashing them into electric batteries so that we can extract more than perceived value of the battery. Yeah. Wow.
So DMP, DPP, two cases who really match together. You have to talk afterwards together deeply. Katri, when I saw your case, that case is hardly depending on IoT. I'm not an IoT expert, and as you stated, we are able to reduce. Trusting to cut the waiting times and also the emissions. Can you a little bit elaborate how IoT helps and what kind of IoT is used? Because everyone says IoT, blah, 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 a sensor. I only know that from my refrigerator or something like that. So it would be cool to talk a little bit about that. And maybe there are also points regarding blockchain in this field.
Yes, there's a lot of devices in such a smart port that are connected to some connectivity that is giving them instructions of what to do, and I would consider that IoT. And some of these technologies I mentioned from the start, but I can mention again. So when the vehicles arrive, then they go through the pre-gate, which is a collection of different sensors. There's a weigh-in motion sensor that is put inside the asphalt, so the trucks just pass it. They don't have to stop, and through that motion already the weight of the vehicle is captured. And then at the same time we're using license plate cameras that take a picture from the front, sometimes also from the back, because the trailers can have a different trailer number. We're using SICK sensors from the ceiling from 3 locations to take a 3D image or 3D measurements of the vehicle. These are some examples, and then later on we would have screens showing directions. We have boom gates and different type of turnstiles. You could have, for example, there are also sensors in the asphalt that monitor if gathering area lane has been filled with vehicles. If it has been filled, then a new one has to open. There's traffic lights, there's tablets, so there's really a large collection of different devices. And maybe the interesting part here is that what we're struggling with in the ports is technology is not 100% accurate, and definitely people are not 100% accurate either. But these are the challenges that we often have, that how many digital checks do we need to do for people to feel secure that something is accurate? Like, can we really be sure that it is this car? Can we really be sure that these are the people who they say they are and who are supposed to be in that vehicle? And then what we often talk about with our customers is, well, we can build more and more digital checks on top of each other until the point that you feel comfortable that sufficient level of security has been reached. And then this is a trade-off between investing into technology versus investing into people who do it, and getting enough security for it. And I think this is where the link to blockchain potentially comes as well. Maybe in the future, just trying to eliminate these different checks in the terminal and leaving the responsibility of verification maybe somewhere else upstream instead, and not doing any of these checks at all. But yeah, maybe we get back into that later. It's not as easy as that, of course, and a lot of legislation very soon comes in, which makes stuff difficult.
It really sounds like a highly complex thing to orchestrate, to manage. Of course, you will have a software layer on that. Stefan, you will ask?
Yeah, can I ask you a question about that? Because I think it's a very great project, this all you have showed us today. How hard was it to convince your customer, or is it in general to convince your customers to start such big, difficult projects?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because yes, I think some parallels can be drawn to blockchain implementation here probably as well. Firstly, the Port of Tallinn, the funny thing was that they didn't need a lot of convincing. They were a very forward-looking company. It was 10 years ago that they started it. I don't know, I was not in the picture at that time. Where did they get the idea from that they have to be the most innovative and they just have to do it? They had some very passionate people working and who really believed in this potential. And it was their challenge, and a big one, to convince the ferry operators in the first place, who are the main actors in their ecosystem, that this is good for their processes. Because the Port of Tallinn owns this solution, but actually the main beneficiaries are the ferry operators, who lower the cost of check-in staff and lower the cost of people on the marshalling area. So that was a big challenge, and I hear some of the learning points that they had were consistency for sure, keep doing it, but then also demonstrate that it works. Like then people are skeptical, they don't believe it, so put something in practice, say we're going to make it available for you. If you want, you can use it, you don't have to use it, but see, it's here. And then, now they're definitely dependent on the solution and cannot imagine life without it. Yeah, but with new customers, we see it all the time, that it is definitely difficult. I think similar to blockchain, it's an ecosystem of different players who need to come to an agreement about the future. There's always the port authority, the ferry operators, maybe terminal operator. Everyone wants it, but no one wants to pay. Always a challenge. So our approach, and maybe this can be useful, is we're looking for the people who are most passionate about this, who want to take the first step, and together with them we always make this first, let's say, digitalization concept, a vision for the future. How will the future concept work? What will be the technology components? What will the process be like for the users and for the, let's say, customers of your users? How much will it cost? What's the timeline for implementation, and what are the benefits? So we make a very detailed, very conservative business case, and building this decision support document to get the ball rolling.
So you always need one person who starts the whole thing, or So in governance,
you need at least one, least one, and then it's easier to go to the others and say, this is our vision. It's on paper. These are the details. We need you to do this part here. Are you in?
Maybe, Steffen, you can jump directly on that again, because you are my hero in the industry. Because for me, you have one of the toughest challenges ever. You have to make steel green, or you have to
at least show that it's green. Yeah.
Show that it's
that it's not right now in some points, because that's also very important, that you just know where you're coming from, because you can't make an industry greener if you don't know how, let's say, gray it really is right now. I don't know who said it yesterday, but that very stick to my mind. Somebody said it's hard to innovate small, medium-sized company, even harder to innovate large companies, and close to impossible to innovate public sector or governments. And that's somewhat how we feel with the supply chain we are in right now, because of course everyone is trying to innovate on different levels. There are great technologies which will bring down CO2 emissions to like minus 95% from what we are right now. Because the technology we are using at the moment, the blast furnaces, is like 600 years old. Of course, it got scaled and made better, but with the direct reduction and H2 we will be using in the future, there will be a lot of possibilities to bring down the emissions. They're focusing on that, but still, to that point in time, we need to convince one large steel mill to give us digital data about the footprint and make it visible. And that's quite a challenge, because usually on paper it's so easy, because every part of the supply chain from cradle to the customer basically knows their processes. Everyone has to report emissions in some way. So I can't really understand why people are still trying to either hide information about emissions, or maybe just don't be transparent about how things are calculated. And what we learned is that there is a wonderful solution for that, that you can make every step in the supply chain visible with modern technology, and so everyone could just trust the product they are getting with the information added up to that. But right now we are doing a lot of research ourselves. We try to calculate emissions based on the primary data we are getting from our customers, which we sometimes don't know how it is calculated, which is quite a hindrance. But yeah, so we still didn't give up our hope on that, and we still think that it just needs time, and we need to talk about that also to our customers. And also somebody yesterday said that sometimes we maybe shouldn't just mention blockchain and just convince them about the technology. And during the day yesterday, thought the same thing, because when I at our customers and doing customer trainings on decarbonization and things like that, and I'm talking about how we will display the information in the future, as soon as I mention blockchain, which I am not very familiar with, you can bet on that they aren't either in the most cases. So,
thank you very much for that. So I know your project a little bit from the inside. So I completely think you are doing right. You're doing a lot of POCs. You are doing a lot of innovation projects. You try to teach your customers to go forward in the supply chain, or even backward in the supply chain. So I think it's a long process to really come to a complete supply chain in this area. Maybe Valentine, I have a question for you. Your project, your Bitcoin mining is 100% with renewable energy. I'm really curious to see how that works. Can you a little bit explain that? And I would like I'm neugierig, curious to see, why do other industries not doing the same thing? Do we have any advice to other industries to go for the same thing, like steel industry, which is CO2 with really high CO2 emissions?
Yeah. Okay, so there's multiple elements to it. So I'll start with, why is it green for us, or how does it work with? We just committed ourselves to do every kind of mining green. It was just, there was no choice. Nothing that, we're just not going to use any energy. So if we don't, like we would not be able to mine in Germany because it's mixed. So that's not green for us. We wouldn't pay additionally. So the interesting part about renewable energy is that it's really not that expensive. Like if you do it smart.
Say it loud, say it loud.
It's very, it depends on the country, right? For us, we look for, we could do it in Germany if we have someone that has a solar power plant that is not connected to the grid. However, you get so much money in Germany for the energy to put it into the grid, so it wouldn't be worth Bitcoin mining for it. So you need a price of approximately maximum 7 cents to make it highly efficient and highly profitable. And for that, we're just looking at countries where that is still the case. And usually that is the case in countries where they're not so developed yet, because you don't use so much energy. So that means they are looking for companies to come and use the energy, pay taxes, employ people, train people, implement something locally. So for our industry, it feels like it's very negatively connotated through the media, but essentially it's bringing so much positives to many countries, and that's beautiful, because it's great that we can choose between pulling gas on oil and the cheaper and more efficient solution is actually green. It's like a lot of people are, it is crazy. So in Paraguay, there is no other source than hydro energy. They have so much water, so they built one of the largest dams in the world, and there is no other, everything there is green. Basically, there is no other choice than green energy in the grid, which I think is amazing. And there's a couple of other countries where that is possible. And now to the element of what I would recommend to other companies or industry. I mean, we got so much backlash. There was so much negative media about Bitcoin mining, which is, of course, clear because it's rooted back to the people are scared, governments are scared of Bitcoin. Why? Because it's not centralized, it's decentralized. There's no government that can control it, there's no CEO, there's no one that takes any advantage from it. It's a global system that no one is controlling except for the algorithm that everyone can have access to. And that's something that scares
Absolutely.
governments because they lose control, right? And everyone wants control. So we have a movie that we showed yesterday in Zurich and that we co-produced. It's a documentary cleaning up a bit about the myth, but I do believe that us personally, we went into it because we believe in the green, and like being Germans as founders, we like frustrated with the German government and the processes here of just not taking a step further in the last 20 years. Since I went to school, I feel like nothing really changed.
Typewriters.
Yeah, but also into investing into renewable energy. I think it would be so much more options in Europe, and now they're just making it worse. So I believe that the negative draw to the industries, I mean, I don't know how much, like, it's not that public, but some people are talking about the negative elements of steel, but everyone was talking about the negative elements of Bitcoin mining. So kind of was no choice. We were like, you guys, we're going to prove to you that this is possible green, and it's going to be greener than anything else. So now there's sustainable Bitcoin protocols where you can, as a miner, pay into, you even get paid back by proving that your Bitcoin are mined green, and you get a certificate for it. Yeah, it's become a whole big thing.
Super, thanks so much. You really brings me out of my little thinking box about Bitcoin, and all the things really comes to my heart. So you are, thank you for that. But last question on this case, are you active also in the Balkan area? Because we have a lot of people from UNDP here who could be interesting for these guys talking to you. Maybe you have plans to go there?
I mean, I would love to. I would be totally open to it. Right now we are in Paraguay and Ethiopia, but Europe is easier to get people to.
So afterwards you have to talk. Yes. Abjit, thanks a lot. Abjit, the digital product passport, it's not really a sexy word, to be honest, but it's super sexy when you talk about that. It's core element of your project. Can you explain what it actually is, why you are using it? Can you bring it in context of your battery cases? And maybe a little bit also more about why blockchain plays a role in this case then. It's a lot, sorry.
So first of all, as you know, digital product passport is a regulation by European Union. I think you have, a part of that is called the battery passport. So it's going to come into effect in 2027, February. And I think we're all preparing for that. I think Volvo recently, I think last year, launched the first passport, EV battery passport, I think in the month of June. And I think a lot of companies, other companies are taking cue of it. And I know why it's important, because, as I said, an atom is fundamentally indestructible when it comes to if you want to reuse it. So imagine the lithium atom. Like once you use in your vehicle, it's a little bit of physics, but I think I can make it comfortable for everyone. So the atom, when it goes into your battery and you know, recharge it and recharge it for your mobility needs, and then at the end of like 5 to 7 years, when you discard the battery, it still contains the same atom. So it's like whether it's a gold, a fresh gold, or it's a recycled gold. A gold has the same value, right? So same goes for the lithium batteries as well. So that is the reason why we are putting our energy into creating something called battery passport, so that we don't lose the lithium. And we don't have to go to the mines to mine again a new virgin lithium from the mines, and we can avoid. I think for Europe, as I said, 70% is the number, 60 to 70%. We need to recycle the batteries to make the EV sector sustainable. And now, why blockchain? As I said, the two fundamental features which Bitcoin in 2009 brings to the world is one, the store of value. You can store digital value. And for the first time, you can also have an immutable identity, right? And these two powers of blockchain is really can change the game for batteries in the sense you have an ID on the batteries, which you can't change, and you know which battery has gone where, and you can also add a digital value to the battery because the lithium, as I said, is indestructible, and you can reuse it again and again. You have multiple lives of that battery, the lithium in the battery, and you can track all its lives. So I think with this, probably I can answer your question.
No, that's perfect. Yeah. Go on if you.
So now we are trying to look at it from different geographies. Like in Europe, in India, we are looking at something called battery Aadhaar. It's like a similar battery passport in the country. But in India, it's like more three-wheelers and two-wheelers. The battery capacities are lower, but the volume is really high. Whereas in Europe, it would be the battery size would be really big, but the volume might be a little low.
Right.
And in the sense, but it has the same content. It's the same lithium that goes into it, or it could be the cobalt, the nickel, the manganese that goes into this. It's so important for the climate. In fact, to mine a raw lithium, I think that you require a huge amount of fresh water, and that depletes, the water table of that particular region so much that people have really difficult time for even drinking water. So if we can save on the lithium being extracted from the mines and reuse the lithium we already have, I think that for our planet is better. And I think blockchain has, it's a match made in heaven for this use case.
It is.
And with this, we're trying to do our best.
Can I ask you a last question on that? Is your DPP, it's not your DPP, right? Who creates the standard for that thing? Or is there a standard out there worldwide, or is it just your thing?
No, it's a regulation. I think it's a European standard. It's passed in the legislation last year to 2024. And under it, you have multiple sectors. Electric batteries is the first, which goes into effect, followed by textiles. You need to circularity in textiles as well, followed by construction materials, and of course, steel is coming for the passport. I think you're way early. Maybe we'll see somewhere 2026 to 2030 into construction materials, including steel and others. So I think it's, I was in Moscow last week, and they already have a regulation on traceability of everything, including your shoes, your bags. Electric batteries, of course, I haven't seen because they're heavily reliant on gas and petroleum still. But yeah, the world over, people are realizing the importance of a circular economy. Currently, it's only 8.6%. Our supply chain is mostly linear in the sense we make it, we use it, we dump it. So we don't reuse it. Like 92%, we don't reuse it. And by that, we're losing close to $200 billion every year. Wow. And which we can save it. And I think we need 5 to 7 more planets. If we continue this, single use for any human consumption products. Now, if you don't bring the circularity, if you don't increase the circularity, so probably we'll end up requiring so many more planets.
Thank you very much. That's really, really cool. Kadri, now I bring you back to blockchain. No. I wrote that for me. So sustainability often comes down to verifiable actions. It's the same what he said. We are doing things, we are saying things, but if you really want to trust that things happen, you have to be verified. Maybe in a ledger, maybe somewhere else. So coming back to the port, because that's my these days I think about that, to be honest. Is there any case where you think of when you did the planning of the port, when you did the whole journey, What's one stupid consultant like me would say, hey, there could be a distributed ledger, there is a need, or is there a need in your opinion? Can you imagine something in that area for the near future or for the wider future?
I have to say that in the past few years, I have been quite a lot, I would say, maybe some would say a lot, to different ferry and port events, also events that talk about digitalization in that space. And no, we don't talk about blockchain. The good news is that now digitalization is coming up. So digitalization is getting more attention. We have to say that these industries are very traditional still. They're not very advanced in terms of digitalization for sure. So it's really in the past 2 years that we see an increase in topics in industry events. Let's digitalize, let's automate something, let's do something like that. So my impression at the moment is that blockchain is maybe too scary and too far away. And my own understanding is that you need to have accurate information to put into the blockchain first, right? What is it, garbage in, garbage out type of thing, right? So the first attention goes to verifying the information. That will be the first step, like let's create digital information at all, because we don't have digital information. So that's like the first step, so to say. So that's what most of these smart port projects also deal with. Like, let's start capturing data. Let's observe what is going on. And then I guess, yes, in time, it could be like, okay, now we have all this data, we have information of what's happening. Let's also secure that it stays accurate and no one's maybe manipulating it. And then, of course, the next evolution is that, but maybe you don't even have to do all of these verifications in the first place. Like, there are pilots for sure, pilot projects in the port and ferry sector. I've done a bit of research trying to find them. I don't think it's very prevalent, so I don't think it's something that is used everywhere on a massive scale. But there are examples I hear in Port of Antwerp, for example, they're using blockchain to automate the pickup of trucks or trailers, containers as well. So let's say you have ordered the transportation of a container from one port to the other. There's a digital record that this container should be picked up by this logistics company. Then a blockchain token or key or item is issued to that logistics company, basically taking the ownership that now they are responsible for picking it up, right? And they can pass that on to, for example, a driver. And if a driver comes to the port, they have the blockchain verified key. They can just get in and take the container, and it will be the responsibility of the logistics company to verify that it is the correct driver. Whereas in the old case, the port would have to verify that everything is correct. They have to verify the truck, they have to verify the person, they have to do all these checks to be sure that it's the correct thing that is happening. So I guess that's where I see the potential of, like, where are we wasting our effort on not trusting people, and we're doing the same checks over and over again.
I see you have the right vision, the right plan. Cardano will talk with you also.
Yes,
guys. I'm sure. I just got a sign we are running out of time. So, but Valerie, I have one interest, one thing. You additionally to what you told us now with renewable energy mining and this stuff, you're also using the heat from your sorry, what is it?
Facilities.
Thank you very much. Can you a little bit explain what you're doing there and how big is the impact of what you're doing there? So I think a little bit of this Mango thing. And is there more, and can other companies also doing things like that?
Yeah. So when we built our facilities in construction, we were there. We walked around the first time, and we were like, okay, how can we make this even more circular and more efficient? Like, how can we be in a warm country and put more warm heat into a warm country? That's not renewable. That's not sustainable. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Just let it go to waste. So we looked into different cases, and we couldn't find something that would match exactly what we wanted to do. So in Finland, for example, there's a village with 10,000 people that is completely heated in the winter by Bitcoin mining. There's no oil and gas, there's nothing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so in cold countries, especially in the winter, it's an excellent way to really reuse the heat. And for us in a warm country, we walked around and looked like, okay, what does this country have that we could use or make something additionally, like increase the value of it? And Paraguay has a problem in the winter, in their summer. It has too many mangoes, which is for us as European, it's like, what? So the cost of mango, basically you get paid by pick up the mangoes. No one was basically doing it, but there was students that visited an international university, and they built a case out of it, and they started making gin out of the pulp of mango, because they knew there were so many problems like with the mangoes. It's the greatest source of shade in a warm country. So people use it as shade, not to eat the mango, because that's just too many. So we thought, okay, dried mango is like such an exclusive product in Europe. Think of like 3 years ago. It was like much more expensive than now, very special. So we decided to go for mango first and build from the first megawatt our testing facilities that we had there, our own drying oven out of a container with like the way that the baker does it, and tested like half a ton of mangoes, dried them, brought them back to Europe. It was quite fun. So out of that, we built a pretty big case. So with 1 megawatt of a facility of Bitcoin mining, you can dry or save 2.5 tons of CO2 per month. Because essentially, if you would dry the mango, you would burn fossil fuels or you would burn wood, right? You can't really dry it in the sun because it's not hot enough, and then you have the night, so it doesn't work. So that's essentially like our biggest product right now, and it's going to be sold in tons then in Europe, and next is beef jerky.
Amazing, you guys really think out of the box. Stefan, one last thing for you, because the guys look at me like, ooh. We worked in the last year, we worked together on this, what we named Echo 2. I don't want to explain it because I want you, maybe you can explain what you did. And he's a genius of...
No.
Okay, I'm the genius, but you did it. But
we didn't do so much on that project. A lot of work came from you and Robin, and you worked so much on it. So thank you for that. Even though we didn't finish it, and it's still remaining a great idea, I think. Our project Echo 2, which we made a proposal at the Cardano Foundation for Project Catalyst, was an idea to find a solution for mass balancing emissions in not only the steel industry, but make it open source and scalable for other industries as well. Because we have this huge problem that, of course, there are, as I mentioned, new technologies with green hydrogen to decarbonize the steel, but there are a lot of different technologies as well, and we will need them in the future to bring emissions down step by step, because we cannot shut down all the blast furnaces right now, and because we still need the steel for the production. So there will be, as long as the transition takes place, there will be products which will be calculated over mass balancing. So a company is saving CO2 emissions and will calculate it down to one product and hand you out a certificate for that and something like that. And this works on the one side of the supply chain if the customer accepts it. That's the main part. It's a lot of it is communication, of course, because if you are not communicating that right, the customers won't accept it. But for us, the real problem, the steel service center industry, is that we are buying large lots of material For example, smaller case would be we buy one coil of steel, 25 tons, and we will process it for many different customers. And one of them, for example, is willing to pay a green steel extra, which we, of course, need to pay in advance to our supplier. And the other 5 customers who will receive material from that coil are not willing to pay for that. So what do we do with the saved emissions? If we just tank the costs of it, we can just close the facility in a few months, because this would be a huge damage. But yeah, with the concept of mass balancing and do it in a trustworthy, very transparent way would be a solution for that, so that we can save the emissions in somewhat like a digital warehouse, and just give them the savings to the customers who are willing to transform or willing to pay for that. Because in other ways, companies like Stahlo and other service centers within the supply chain are not able to transform because they cannot take the cost themselves, but the supply chain needs to do that. So that was the whole idea of Echo 2. Yeah.
Thanks so much, and that's a perfect blockchain case, I think, because you need trust, you need transparency, you need it has to be open source, and so on. Last question, Abhijit. Yesterday in the night, I researched a little bit, and I found an article about you, and you have an international strategy how to use blockchains in different countries. I read about that. Can you explain why you use which blockchain for which country? It was fascinating because for India, this one, but maybe you can tell a little bit about that. It's just interesting.
So we started looking into this a year ago, when we can have a multi-chain, or you can say multi-chain approach. So in the sense, we have Cardano in close to 25 countries, as we saw in the presentation in the morning. But what about the other countries? Like, we have 195 countries in the world, and what about the others? So probably, it's still early to say, but it's one of maybe a strategy to be multi-chain and be available to people to use the technology. And I think if it is not possible due to various geopolitical reasons, if it's not possible for one chain to operate on the other. But I don't think that should be an issue. But our main purpose for that is to serve mankind, the entire humanity. And technology should be an enabler and not a roadblock. And yeah, that's what our strategy is. And by the way, I would like to speak to Kadri later on the tokenization of maybe the containers, as we are building the exact same for the batteries, for the token transfer and unmanned verification of asset transfer. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Maybe one small last question. Last question. So yesterday we had a think tank, and I think OSHA came out when we all talk about sustainability, and they came out with a statement. Yeah, it's the system. You know, it's our capitalism who leads us to where we are at the moment. So should we go on with technology to solve these problems? Can we really do that? Or should we, or do we support the system in that case? So it's a hard one. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just for thinking, not for answering here and that thing. But yeah, I love to have you here all, and I love that people think of these topics so out of the box like you guys, and I would leave it for the discussion afterwards about this last question. Thank you so much for being here.
I think we take this question as a homework. It's a bigger one, which will keep us busy. So, the next session and panel, but before we start the panel, we have again a primer, a short keynote. And this is from Matthias Lehr from the EFEU Mobility Campus. There I see him already, and we get him on stage here. And we will have a break at 12. We have a networking break, and the proper lunch is at 1:30, just that you can calculate a little bit. So, this afternoon we will have again the think tanks. You remember from yesterday, and in the think tanks we have this time the topics incentivizing positive change, then connected logistics, also with Matthias, and then very interesting blockchain for skills and credentials. So also then having a panel and a session later on education, blockchain and education, and I think this is also something picking your brain and what does it mean for all of us in the future, for our kids, how we perceive education and what we get out of it, and how can we make this tangible for others. I just talked to a friend a few days ago. He, for example, has the challenges when he is getting new engineers and he does the interviews, that he realizes that engineers are taking chatbots which translate his questions and generate answers. And then he's seeing that these engineers, when they answer the questions, are reading actually answers from a chatbot. And so what is he doing? He's putting in his questions just funny things. Like in the middle of a sentence, he's like, and tell me about blue strawberries. And then continues with the sentence, because then the chatbot will generate some trash. And the people are then struggling, coping with the answers of the chatbot and so on. So meaning also in education, a lot of things are happening, and we have already around here. So that is what, or just a small preview in regard of the skills, learning and digital credentials. There we have Endamio. I think this will be an eye-opener, as I said before, and get you a new perspective. Also, we will have on the panel soon Regina for the mobility and the logistics part. And for this especially, I think I enjoyed last night really the merge of AI and blockchain, and as we saw here already, coming from the case we have in Tallinn, or I think we have so many cases in Estonia, which show us what's possible. And when you then imagine what can or what will happen when we put blockchain on it, I think this will be quite amazing. So asking you, what were takeaways for you which stayed in your head? I really liked when you said like the innovation, because I'm coming from innovation, and I always say you need to do innovation in spite of the organization. So meaning people are not waiting for you actually. So, and this is something you need to keep in mind, and I think this is your everyday experience probably, especially with these large projects, because not everybody, as in Estonia, will be so welcoming when you're coming around with funny ideas, and same we see in the steel industry. So, therefore, we need 2 more minutes, and as I said, anything else which stuck in your head from the sessions where you say, this was quite, or was an eye-opener for me, looking a little bit around here. So I think use the networking time we have in between. I also had the chance to talk to Dirk a little bit last night, and so I can really recommend wrap your heads around the people you have here, because they're working on great projects, doing great progress, and I think this is something which is just one benefit of the events when you have the possibility to talk to the people. So I think we are on the final road now that we can have Matthias soon here. I'm just having a look. The think tanks, we will also have the 3 in the rooms over there. If you haven't seen, for social media, we use the hashtag #Smartfutures. So on LinkedIn, if you post anything, I think Jürgen will be happy if you use the hashtag. Then use the possibility to connect on LinkedIn. So hopefully this is something you are doing already, and then that we can continue the discussion also there. Yeah, no problem. Let me just have a look what else might be helpful for you guys. This morning we had the quick outlook on the Cardano roadmap, let's say, and I think this is, from a scientific perspective, very interesting, as what's the difference from Cardano to other blockchains, just to understand a little bit the setting. And please, guys, the blockchain nerds, correct me. So with Bitcoin, we were like first generation blockchain, Ethereum, then second generation, and Cardano, we are in the third generation. And what's really special about it, that it's scientifically proven, checked, etc. And this is something important, especially when you build on bigger infrastructure in the future. Then you need a basis, and also when you look at the case in regard of energy consumption, where you need a chain which has not the consumption anymore of the first generation blockchain. And this is something, I think, for the ones not deeper into blockchain yet, important to understand, and also why this platform is so attractive. And we heard it yesterday once on the panel, why one of the panelists said, or developers said, from a scientific perspective, this is quite beautiful for him, what possibilities he has. At the same time, the inclusive approach, meaning including the community into what's happening, and like Project Catalyst, for example, that the community is then also discussing and voting for the projects, and with the treasury setup, meaning that the money can be used to develop or invest in future projects. And this is quite unique, the setup. At the same time, for sure, the biggest challenge for Cardano also, in regard of that, democracy is always work, and democracy is not for free, and therefore also for Cardano to run this community-based approach, to have the votes of everybody, and to do the right developments. So the government's model is also quite unique. You have on Cardano, but as I said, this makes it so attractive from a perspective when you say you want to have a platform which is technology-wise very advanced, at the same time has this Web3 thinking we need in society, and where we now realize, or more and more people realize, here in Europe, it's not the worst place to be. I know we're struggling with GDPR and everything around. At the same time, this is something, when we do it right, where we also can have not only a competitive advantage, but also where we have a chance to make a difference towards, let's say, US monopolies, and where you don't know how companies mess with your data. So therefore, I think blockchain is something which gives us tools in the future where we can have more autonomy. But now, finally, let's go to Matthias.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I'm so happy to have him now.
Thanks a lot for this break. So sorry. Yeah. My name is Matthias Leers. I'm from the EFOI campus in Bruchsal, which is a governmental project. And as you see, I would like to bring you in a use case that could be maybe interesting for blockchain, but is not in use of blockchain. And everybody of you knows this use case. So who of you had ordered something today or the last few days on Amazon or Zalando or so? And whom of you had reached his package directly at home? Taken it from a package store? From a mobile package store? No, no one. There's no mobile package store in Germany. Yeah, but you can, in Bruchsal, we made some interesting thing. As you see, this is our autonomous driving package vehicle. So no persons are coming, but the autonomous vehicle will deliver your package. And first I will show you, that's the person who had this idea for this. I would like to show you the use case and the opportunities of blockchain technology from the view of a simple economist, not from a technical freak, not from an IT specialist, but only from someone who is in such a project thinking about the customer use, not about the technical abilities. So let's start in. If you look at the challenges of urban logistics, you have cities like Bruchsal, where we come from Baden-Württemberg. We are Swabian, so we normally speak not in English, but in Swabian. Then there are a growing amount of parcels coming to the cities. And they are all delivered normally to one of your package is only delivered with a small van. And the small vans are in the cities, in the urban area, and pollute the environment. And there is, close to the cities, the streets are congested. So you can't park here around because small vehicles with packages are standing on the streets, and the infrastructure is reaching its limits. The streets and the urban area are getting hotter and hotter. You also need more green fields, but you can't build them because there are a lot of cars in the streets. So maybe that could be another solution. And at the same time, new opportunities are emerging through digitalization, through blockchain or artificial intelligence. And to get a feeling what we do, I like to show you some video of what we do in Bruchsal. The next slide. So in the next slide, I show you what we developed in Bruchsal. And it is as simple as it can be, but as effective as it can be. We have a living area in Bruchsal, which normally has been by the army, and they gave it back to the city. And we asked what could we do in this area. And if you see here, we put a depot in this area, and every package should be delivered to this central hub. So no van should come to this area. There are two ways you can do this. One way is you don't allow the vans to drive in, or you bring a story to the customer so that you say, deliver my package not to me at home, deliver it to the Quartier hub. So, and we made it this way, all packages are delivered here. Then they are collected and delivered by these autonomous driving vehicles to the customers. And what's the thing I want? If I order something at Zalando, at Amazon, and so on, I want to have my order on the right time, on the right place, in the right way when I'm at home, and I can pick it. But in Germany, up to 80% of times, you're not at home when your package is coming. So what do you have to do? You have to take your car or your bike or your e-roller and drive to the next packing station, and take this. And in our case, as you see on the video, this vehicle will drive to you at home. At home, you have delivery boxes where you can deliver this box with your packages safely to you, and you can pick it up whenever you want. The system knows when you have picked up your package, and it goes back to the system, and the robot goes back to this and takes the boxes. Easy, but I can tell you it works. And it's the only project, as we know, worldwide, that functions in this way. So I thought about, in this case, it's not also delivering, it's communication. We have an app, and you can see where your parcel is. You can say, when do you want to deliver this parcel, and so on. So in this case, I asked myself, is there any chance for blockchain in this? And so let's take a look what I think maybe the chances for blockchain technology. Up to now, we don't use it. But there are many chances for blockchain technology in this use case. So let's take a look. So if you look to the customer journey, we look generally to the journey and what are the fields where we can use blockchain technology. So the next slide, please. So what could be the use cases? As we heard in the morning, there must be use cases for the companies. And I don't know where the speaker is from in the morning. He said, we need use cases from Cardano. This might be one use case that could be work. So data transparent flow. Every action, as we heard before from you, every action could be triggered by this and traced by this. So we can use this. Everybody sees where the parcel is. And then also traceability of every delivery action. This means not only the parcel, but the robot, the delivery company, everybody makes a digital fingerprint on your boxes, on your packages. So you can see you don't have to trust someone. The trust is in the system. You don't need to trust somebody because you have documented it. Then smart contracts for payment, for example. So normally payment and delivery are not on the same process, but if I deliver you your package, you could give me the money. Automatically digital. And this could be made in my in my view, with blockchain technology, safe and approved, and also the giving of the protocol, the handover protocol, could be used with blockchain technology. And what is also important is that our autonomous driving vehicles are driving on a defined way through this area. So if there's any lag, if there's any problem, the vehicle should learn to drive on itself. But I must know where the vehicle is. And this is only one, or in Bruchsal, there are 5 vehicles. Yet think about if you have 20, 25, 30, 50 vehicles, and no one knows where the vehicles are. And they have to communicate with each other. So there may be a chance for blockchain technology in this use case. And, no. So what is also important in my view is that you have access rights. That normally if your package is delivered by you or by a robot, it's safe. And if a person delivers you the package, he will give it to your neighbor, he will throw it in the garden and put it wherever. So it's not safe. And with blockchain technology, this could be a safe solution. So that's what we do up to now. And in Bruchsal, we have a vision of how urban freight logistics could be more futuristical. So let's show me the next slide. So our vision is we have 2 use cases. One is the delivery in this living area. And we like to make it more efficiency. We like to scale it up, this delivery system. So in the future times in Bruchsal, you will maybe see autonomous driving mobile post office boxes. Because of what? If you are in a greater area, you have to deliver 50, 100, 200 parcels. And our vehicle only could drive 6 kilometers per hour. This is like this walking. So if you have to deliver 100 parcels in this time, it will last 3 days, 5 days to deliver your parcel. So you need more autonomous vehicles. And for they don't come back to the digital hub, to our delivery hub, they have to be in this area and communicate with each other. And the next step we want to do is, up to now, a lot of small vehicles are driving to our local hub. But in the future, if you live in a special area with perhaps 500 inhabitants, 1,000 inhabitants, you normally get 50, 100, 500 packages for this area. Why should not be a drone, a heavy load drone, and deliver all packages you need in this area for 1 day? Autonomous flying and electric flying. But it's no future sense. It works up to now. In Bruchsal, there's a company called Volocopter, which needs a lot of money up to now with a startup company. But they are tested in Bruchsal up to now, and it should work in the next years, as we hope. So this would be our next vision. And then on this vision, what possibilities could blockchain bring in this whole process? So let's take a look on the whole process. So we could use blockchain for real-time coordination between the different modes of logistic. The autonomous robot communicates with the drone. The digital hub communicates with the delivery company. The insurance company communicates with the drone, and so on. And then the next thing is identify and access management. Aside for the mobile stations, now our mobile stations are silly. They only know packages here, open, closed, and so on. But what my chances might be, if they are smart, if they know the weather, the conditions, the time, and so on, you could use this data. And we have logistic transparency for all parties involved, also common and unchangeable. And as you are on a hospital, it's my example, if you are in a hospital and there's something happens with the doctor, what will he do? I think we heard about in Smartfutures yesterday. There's a failure made, and he takes his your acte and prints everything he wants, but not smart, not untraceable. So this would be blockchain could not be part of this. So, and another thing is the coordination of the robots to talk with each other and say, okay, there is a traffic jam, there's a cat on the street, there are kids playing, there's a car parking, you can't drive this way, drive another way. That would be a possibility for blockchain in my mind. And what is also important is the trusted interface for third parties. So if there's an accident, no one knows what happened. So if the insurance company could directly go to this case, safe, documented, and everybody will see what the insurance company is making with this. Then also the payment, the insurance case is made by blockchain. You don't need someone taking this and dealing with this. And also for the cities is the certification of sustainability targets. So think about if your city knows everything because the robots are always there on the street about the environmental data. You can trigger them with the robots, with the drones. Sensor, IoT is one of these. And you could integrate the citizen, then you get a bonus if you take this and don't deliver it by the car or by the van. So if you deliver your packages autonomous, you get footprint points or something like this. So, and the last slide of me, I hope I'm in time. Okay, so what would be the game changer in my view as economist? First of all, quantum computing to accelerate this process. But what will a quantum computing cost? I heard in Baden-Württemberg there will be next 2027 one of the first quantum computing in our country. Then, as I think, there's no standardization of blockchain formats. And what will be a game changer, in my opinion, could be the combination with AI for adaptive and logistic chains. And what would be the greatest game changer in my mind? We technically solve every problem. But in our project, the main problem is no one is legally and authority in the political, no one is responsible for this. The only thing, if you think we like to drive our vehicles on the street, to whom will you go? To the local authority or to the German government? Nobody knows. And so you can't go on with the technique because you have no one who makes a decision. And this will be a game changer if we have a political framework, not only giving money to projects like ours, but making the frameworks. Thanks a lot.
So let's jump into the next panel, moderated by Regina, and it's about connected logistics. And I hand over to you, I'd say. Let's get the panelists on stage. So it's Matthias Leers, Dirk is here, Navjit.
Hadley, yes?
Yes.
And also. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Matthias, for the great introduction of the use case in EFOL campus in Bruchsal. Hello, please join our. Okay, fine. We have another one, yeah. Before we go into the introduction round, I also want to introduce Thomas Anderer. He's also here, Managing Director from EFOL Campus, and I want to introduce Thomas because I have the highest respect, because someone who is able and capable to bring such a project in Germany into a test bed deserves our respect, because I know what he was dealing with, bureaucracy, administrational work, and still, Thomas, right? This is the biggest challenge. It's not technology. It's not what you see here. It's the work behind the scenes with people who are not so innovation-friendly, I would say. But yeah, so therefore, great to have you here, Thomas, and great to learn about this great project, Matthias. So before we go into now the panel discussions, I would kindly ask you quickly to introduce yourself. Some of you have been here yesterday, you started in the morning, and it's great really that you have such an engagement here also for our Smartfutures conference. And thank you very much for joining and bringing in your expertise and your thoughts. So maybe we start just here on the left side with Dirk.
Yeah, hi. Happy to be here. I was also talking yesterday. My name is Dirk Hoffmann. I'm one of the founders of Dane Studios. We are focusing on making AI work for companies. This we do for 9 years. I'm in that area for almost 20 years. Also on the corporate side, companies like Nokia, Siemens, Deutsche Telekom, and so on. So I also know the challenges, how difficult it is to move an elephant. But that's still our ambition as Dane, and for example, supply chain is also a topic we do quite a bit. I think super exciting, and of course, we are curious to discuss this here.
Hello again, still Kadri.
Yeah, hi, my name is Thomas from Ostercon. We are a company here in Berlin, software developers, and we developing, blockchain-based industry chains and data exchange for industry.
Yeah, I'm Matthias, as you heard, and in my normal life, I'm learning designer and tomorrow coach. We help companies and governments to go to the future by playing, for example, with Lego Serious Play.
Hi, I'm the founder of Iagon. So what we do is distributed storage and compute. I come from the healthcare sector, and hopefully I bring a little bit of a different aspect to logistics in terms of storage and how we can save on costs and potentially also monetize data and compute.
Great, thank you very much. So let's start with an opening question. So how does an optimal and perfect connected logistics system would look like? What is the perfect way to connect all the steps? Do you have any ideas? Maybe Kadri, you have also some thoughts on this morning about this. So when we are talking about this smart vision, this connected logistics, what does it mean? So what is it?
I'll start simply for you, and then the guys can add the nuance. Yeah. So when I think of a logistics chain, then there's 3 main actors, right? We have some type of customer who wants something. We have someone who produces something that the customer wants. And we have someone who moves the stuff in between. I guess those are the main actors. And a perfectly integrated logistics chain would then make data available for all these actors between them, so they know what they should predict for the future and what's going on at the moment. I guess that's the simple way to put it, and you guys have more detail.
Yeah, I think for me, maybe to build on that one, I think for me the most powerful is the most resilient one, because of course I think I would say logistics or supply chain lives from disruption. I think this is if it would be so easy, then we wouldn't discuss and so on. And I think maybe building on what you said is, of course, the challenge is that you have so many different parties involved. And I think what you showed, for example, a bit earlier with the smart port is a good example, because for me, it's always, if there's the word smart and then something, it always means there's more different parties involved and you need to coordinate them. And of course, and I think you showed it yesterday, there's always this central logic. You could say, yeah, there's one wisdom, and then the wisdom selects and decides what happens. Or then there's a decentralized one. A decentralized one would be, of course, I would say, from an architecture, would be more resilient, or could be more resilient. But of course, it means that then parties agree of this one, and I think this is the challenge. So you could say the ideal one would be that, yeah, every party involved feels like they can do their job in the best possible way because they have all the information they need to do the best possible decision for their part.
Yeah.
I mean, from a data perspective, because I'm not a logistics expert like you guys, but I think that we're all in agreement that a lot of the information is shared is data, right? And what we need is kind of an accessible layer where everyone can access, all parties can access in a permissionless way or a permissioned way on how to get this information, what information is correct, what information does this party need, and I think that an intuitive dashboard maybe that can tie in all this would be ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion, I guess what's very important is we have some technical experts, but I heard it today also, it's if there's no use case, and I think in Microsoft Excel is for me the best example, a very big tool, but you also use 10%, 5%, and the technique and the data is all perfect and good and the main goal, but it must be useful. I have to use this. I don't need to know the technique. I need to know how to use it like a simple-minded economist.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
Very easy, yes. So building on that, Thomas, because I think you are not from the blockchain space itself, but you have a really nice use case, and you're working with real-world use cases. And you really discovered blockchain technology as a solution for a problem. So very unique. You came from the problem side and then decided to use blockchain. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how this journey started, how you're using blockchain, and what kind of benefits you're creating with this technology for your customers. It's very interesting.
We are coming from the industry, indeed. Perhaps one step back. Perhaps you have to think about how we think about systems. We all talk about ecosystems. And what is an ecosystem? Ecosystems are software systems that are plus or minus less or bigger. But each ecosystem ends at any point. And that's a problem, also in the industry. There is no ecosystem in reality. And the problem is that all those isolated software systems and also ecosystems are not bridged to each other. And that is the real pain and the real problem in industry. And that is, so we come to blockchain, because they have a lot of information in their software systems hidden, not visible. And the processes, they are essential for the industry, are not displayed. And they are not connected. And these processes are usually, every time, cross-system, cross-company processes. And no ecosystem can match this problem. So what is to do? We have to bridge those isolated information, bring it into a visible layer in the blockchain, ideally in the blockchain. We do it in the blockchain. And only this essential information of a process step. Because a process chain or supply chain or value chain consists of a lot of single steps, and each one knows his ancestor and also its child. So blockchain is a network with memory. And that we use, and it's really simple because we have no big interfaces, because a step normally is nothing else than a status and some few meta information. That we bring into the blockchain in the process layer. We connect it cross-system, cross-company, and that helps very much. So, and we have, if I may tell you a use case in the railway industry. It's called in charge of maintenance. So we are legally, we have to control this process from the error fault until back to the operation. And we have 8 or 10 different steps. We have 4 or 5 roles, departments, stations that are involved, and in minimum 2 companies, and that are not connected yet. And we talk about a lot of risk. We talk about a lot of money. A train that not comes at time on the track, we lose 70,000, 100,000 euro. Or we don't get a track that we booked. We lost each time 1,000, 2,000 euro. And we can easily bring these informations in a custom blockchain, because industry is a bit special, in the trusted blockchain, in the customer blockchain, and all interests, all stakeholders can see at every time, at every place, what happens, and can act on this now visible process. That is a big advantage, and industry, I think, bring industry advantage with blockchain, with easy use cases, is really simple.
That sounds very convincing, right? So the railway companies, they can save a lot of money. It could be millions easily when we think about the whole use cases. But this could be a very convincing point for this industry to use blockchain, but still we are struggling with adoption. So why is this? So because always what is convincing companies, they need to be more profitable, they need to save costs. So Dirk, you are working with a lot of companies, corporates together. So is this a convincing argument, or why is there still so much resistance just to go on this technology? Because like Thomas described, it could be a layer, so you don't need to touch the underlying legacy software systems, no? Or what would you think about this?
So I think first of all, I would definitely say that this is a prime area where I would tackle with blockchain, because I think you need to coordinate multiple parties. I think that's a big advantage. And of course, currently, as known, is quite often is of course addressed with massive central systems and so on. Some of them called SAP, Salesforce, you name it, and so on. And of course, their ambition is even to get bigger in that sense. Of course, this is quite often a discussion we are facing, that companies saying that, but SAP told us we could also fully integrate everything into their system and so on. And so this is the first thing you need to tackle, that kind of, hey, because intuitively as human, we feel like one system is simpler than 2 systems or many systems. So I think this is something we need to simplify. But maybe back to your question, I think the legacy is of course a big problem. So for example, I was totally kind of baffled when working with some companies in logistics and see that Excel is their main vehicle also today. And I have seen very large Excels. I think I was not aware that you can. I was not aware that you can get so many lines into an Excel in that sense. That was really surprising for me in that sense. But this is reality, and a lot of the knowledge is, of course, it's amazing to see. You have these logistic managers. They have 30 years of experience, and then they know all the stuff, and so they know whom to call. Sometimes, they use the whiteboard about we do this and that and so on. But this is the competition in a way. And of course, I think our approach here is kind of take this competitive element out and saying the first thing, and that's what we actually do. We model the way how these logistic guys are working, where they look at and so on. And I think, of course, they struggle with all the different systems. So currently they compensate that by taking information from that one into their Excel, for example, and then pushing it to a second person, sending an Excel to somebody else. And of course, that's where I see the opportunity. So, but I think that the target audience is to tell them about why this is a clear benefit of kind of having a multiple system brings bigger resilience and so on. And I think maybe a last point is, for many years, and I have seen it myself, is we assumed that there is no, if I want to order something from China, I get it. And if I want to, tomorrow, and I did this, I can, it's 6 o'clock in the evening in Hong Kong and 9 o'clock in Frankfurt and 10 o'clock in the shop. That's possible. Costs a lot of money, but it's possible. But this is not, since a couple of years, we realize it's not that anymore. There's climate crisis, climate kind of impact. There is a ship got stuck in a channel, can happen. So it's not, we're not relying on these systems anymore, and that's the opportunity. Because before we felt like, hey, it's solvable. At that point, I didn't feel like I need to think of supply chain. But now I think companies think of, and I think that's the opportunity. So they understand that you need to have resilient systems, and I think that's the opportunity.
So building on that, is it then more a problem about education? Because, when we are still in the Excel level, it would be easy to jump directly to the new innovation technology and not go step by step through the development stuff.
I also think that's also what we do, is really come from a process and so on. Because I think that's where, first thing is, make them document the process, which sounds also funny, but it's not, because quite often it's not the case. And then look into what needs to be done. And I think they will tell you what is the problem in each of them. And I think then you, as you showed or explained in your example, I think then you can tell what's possible with technologies like blockchain, AI, and so forth.
So what is your experience with this? Like, Matthias, you are also dealing with a lot of corporates and...
Yeah, what we do is, if I go to my career, as a leader in some companies, in hospitals, for example, if you look to your day, 90% of your work is solving problems of the day. That is what you can. 5% is looking to the nearer future, the next 2 years, the next 3 years, and then you are free. If you look to the next 3 years, you are very innovative as a leader. So most of the leaders could not see the future because they don't know what the future is. Not in the technical sense. That's the next step, to use it in the technical sense. But they don't know what the future of their own company is, their own clients is. So if our game is, we as learning designer, to bring them these methods to do this. We do this with Lego Serious Play in a Tomorrow Camp and so on, with simple tools to go out of the day, 2 days, and make them fit for thinking in the futures, make a deep dive, and up this, if the mindset is futuristic, then you can go to the technique and the data structure. So if you think in silos, if you're in a hospital, it's a normal case. There's the doctor, there's the nurse, that is the administration. They talk to each other, but only what happens, what will it give in the Mittagspause to eat, but not what is the process. And this bridge is not functioning in the company. Normally, you don't have to go out of the company. It doesn't function in the company.
Yeah.
If I may add quickly to that, then it resonates very well. And it seems to me that for many companies, blockchain is a few steps away on their digitalization journey. Like you're saying, many are using Excel, and then very understandably, blockchain is just too far to fathom. So they can think about the next step, which is about digitalizing the Excel, having a little bit smarter, maybe yes, ChatGPT, or maybe these cameras are the first stage, or then you have a system with a user interface, but you cannot see what will happen 2 or 3 or even more steps out in the future. We might think that, but just jump to the future, like skip all the unnecessary steps in between, but maybe that's a little bit unrealistic as well. So we have to start with baby steps.
Yeah, I like how you said baby steps, right? So we've been fortunate enough that companies have approached us, like Worth Group and a couple of Fortune 500. So what we've learned is that they like to take the baby steps. With Worth Group, it took 1 year for it to materialize into something, into an MVP that we're working with them. With the other Fortune 500s, it's taken a year. But we have noticed that, they don't want to miss the next thing. They are very eager to learn about the technology. They are very eager to say how they can benefit their business. So I think that in a different sense, like the talks go very slowly with these companies, and they have such a big team that you go through so many processes. I think Sandra was mentioning it earlier as well from Cardano Foundation. There's so many steps, so many divisions that you have to talk to before you get to an adoption phase.
So you said they're approaching you. So how are you selling your product then? So is it like they understood that you create benefits for them and then automatically they come? They don't have any hesitations to use your technology because you're providing the benefits, or how is it working?
I think that we've been a bit fortunate, I guess, because in Web3 it's very hard to attain adoption. But what we've been very clear on is the messaging. I think it's important when you convey a message. And again, it was mentioned in yesterday's talk, you don't mention blockchain. You don't mention, and you mention how you can improve the process, or what benefits there lie within the technology, right? And going about in that direction, I think you get a more clear message instead of trying to educate them on, what is blockchain. If they're interested, of course, they will ask those questions in the talks that you come up. But to get their attention, you have to understand, you have to bring the positives first. What are the benefits that bring to them?
Yeah, but in general, they need to understand the benefits, right, Thomas?
I know what you mean. Don't mention blockchain, and that is not what happens all the last years. But we coming from the railway industry, very, very, very old, very classic, very conservative. But it changed. It changed at the moment in 2 points. One point is the traceability. That what we are doing. That's our first use case. Blockchain is really, really easy to do. It's no rocket science what we're doing, but that is really traceability and certified documentation. But the second point that's really interesting. At the moment, industry see the threat that the big tech companies taking their data. So we have high quality industry data, industry 4.0 is the keyword, data in Europe. And at the moment, the first company starts to put this high quality data in the big tech platforms. And they're fearing that one day this data came back as, AI agents for a lot of money. And the industry is interested to change or sharing their data here in in Europe. I don't know. Sounds a little bit conservative. They are, but it's and now you can tell them what blockchain is and what is the benefit for them. And I think that it's a big chance to us to spring onto this train.
Train, nice. Yeah, so when it comes to data, so what we've heard now is a big range. Yeah, some of you said, we have a lot of data, but it's not structured, we cannot use it. The others are saying, hey, we have data, this is the new oil, and it sounds like everybody can monetize on it and can share it, and we can capture it, whatever. So, but what is the real actual status quo about the data in Germany or in Europe? And I know, Dirk, you are working very much with companies on the data. You're coming, I think, also from this direction. So maybe you can give us a little bit insights where we are today with data. So.
Yeah, I think it is, of course, it's the pink elephant in the room, because I think everybody loves to talk about ChatGPT or other things and so on, but I think for most of the companies, kind of having reliable quality data is the biggest challenge. I think typically companies have hundreds of data sources and so on. So sometimes you start with a simple exercise, we call it this kind of FAIR principle. It's not our invention, but I think it works quite nice as a word. So the first letter is findable, and it sounds totally funny that, again, you need to, quite often we start to document what data sources a company have, and so on. The second letter is accessibility. So quite often data is seen as a power element in a big company. That means knowing that there's a data source doesn't mean that you can access it. And there's all kind of reasons. You know, others would not understand what they could do with the data and so on. So I have heard all the stories and so on. Of course, the second killer. And then the third and the last letter, so identification, so the combination, what we are just talking here, that you can say that this is all the information I need to combine it. Of course, starts with identification and so on, having a common denominator. And sometimes the simple question is, define customer. And this sounds also a very straightforward question, but it's not. Customer can be a very different one. And the last one is usability, so the value is the last one. And a lot of companies are with the first and the second letter. And of course, this is always a bit this emotional kind of journey you go with the leadership team, that they call you up and saying, yeah, AI, we want to do AI. What cool kind of stuff can we do? Can we show all the stuff? And then you discuss, and then at some point you discuss about data. And then, of course, the emotional goes like poof. And this is, of course, where we also keep telling that, hey, the bad news is there's two options. One option, you forget completely your history and start from scratch. So you're a 100-year-old company, not sure if you want to do that. And exactly what you said is, of course, especially in Europe, Germany, even more special, there's so much industrial knowledge and so on. So do you really want to throw away this knowledge and so on? Or if you don't, then you need to do your work. And this is, of course, a lot of AI project is data work, not AI work. AI is, I would say, more than ever, rather simple compared to that part.
Yeah.
And there's, as I said, and of course, we talk about, for example, data governance, and I need to admit I'm also not a big fan of that word, but you need to do it and so on, because it's more like the rules of a company, and that's also a cultural thing. So it's not a technical thing, it's a cultural thing. And that's also a problem, because people say, what data catalog solution should we buy? It's no problem. I think we will find a solution. It's not a problem at all, and so on. But do you have the culture of how you want to share data in the company? Do you have a culture of
I think this is a main issue as well. When we talk about connected logistics and managing a lot of participants in these ecosystems, so it's also about that they open their data to others and making them approachable. So Kadri and Thomas, because you are working directly on this, Schnittstelle connection on this, so this is something maybe you can give us a little bit of insight how you are managing it, that they are open to share the data and work together in some ecosystems.
I can start with a few comments. So how do we work with data? One thing is that when the SmartPort project was starting in Estonia 10 years ago, then also one of the challenges was that the ferry operators were afraid that, okay, Port of Tallinn is now implementing their SmartPort and we have to exchange data with them. So how is this going to work? What type of formats? What type of integrations will we have? And soon ferries work in a network, of course, so they have many other ports that they have to go to, and they will most likely have their own SmartPorts and own ways of sharing data. So this was one of the early concerns in the network that, we're not sure. We want to invest into this because the costs of maintaining this very diverse network is going to be very expensive for us in the long run. So one of the early initiatives was to create a SmartPort standard where ports around the Baltic Sea came together. Of course, it took a long time, as you can imagine, this type of things might take, but then a SmartPort standard was agreed, which the ferry operators and ports around the Baltic Sea are using. So this is one side to that. Standardize it and then reduce the cost of sharing. The other thing is that, yes, there's in-depth conversations and agreements about who can see data and who is allowed to use it. Again, it's an ecosystem where many parties are putting something in, and there's a risk that this might go in the wrong hands. In Port of Tallinn, for example, it's the Port Authority who owns the solution, and there it is very much, let's say, responsibility and trust-based. It's contracts, agreements that you, as a ferry operator, for example, share your data. What the data do you make available? Who is allowed to use it? Very strict rules of not making data visible between competitors, of course. So these are some of the aspects that we've dealt with.
Yeah, the first point that you mentioned also, I think we need a cultural change. I tell the customer or the people they have to change their from the aspect of mistrust to trust. They have to open it. So the worth of data is not the data worth itself, it's what you're doing with the data. And the benefit, what you get by shared data is much more than the benefit by hindering your competition give your data. That's not easy to understand, and much more to change the behavior. But I think it's crucial for successful digitalization. But the industry understood that data is crucial for digitalization and how can they get data. And in my area, it's so they are no friends. They have to work together, are no friends. They are suppliers, they are manufacturers, they are clients, they are partners. And so if you tell them, okay, go to a blockchain platform, go to an ecosystem together, then the first question is who operates the platform, who controls the data, who controls the access and so on. And if you tell them on blockchain, that's not a problem because you can go for the first time in a custom blockchain, in a closed, trusted space, the things changed. And I think that's a good opportunity to help the industry to make the first step. And then if our own platforms are interoperable and are modular, and we are also open to connect to each other, then we can create a big network at the end.
Yeah. And Navjit, your solution, how does this support this ecosystem data sharing? Or is it a solution for a single corporation?
Yeah, so we actually are doing a POC with one Fortune 500 that kind of relates to what we are talking about. So they have a problem with litigation papers and to create an auditable trail in terms of how the litigation papers are shared amongst party A to party B. And what we're trying to build there is basically a system where you can actually track and see who has viewed the document, who's downloaded it, which person it was shared to, and you have on-chain proof of that. This is a new system that we're building, and I think that it kind of relates to how we can potentially help. In general, what we're trying to do is distribute the data, meaning that we shard it, encrypt it, and spread it to a subset of nodes. And what I mean by that is anyone can be providing their idle capacity. So worldwide, 30% of all the infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, is idle. So it's not being used. And what we're trying to do is help this idle capacity be monetized. So you can earn from monetizing this idle capacity. And right now we have around 700 nodes across 52 countries. And by subset, meaning that you as an enterprise or user can select, let's say, a geographical location, EU, for being GDPR compliant, for example, and you can distribute the shards of the data specifically to that region, thereby also reducing the costs of the business and the enterprise by up to 80%. And that's a huge cost savings for them. So there's two ways that people can monetize and also save costs on this. So this is how we're trying to help not just the logistics, division, but also in general, how we could save a lot of enterprises money and help monetize money. I wanted to also take an example, because I moved from Norway to Switzerland recently, and I guess it's a logistics example, because when the shipping company came to our house, they had a list of things that we had packed, boxes and stuff. So everything's handwritten, right? And I'm supposing that a lot of stuff is handwritten in logistics still to this day. But you basically, they check off, this is how many boxes are packed. They don't tell the substance in the boxes, right? But when they deliver it to Switzerland, you'd kind of have to go through the list manually and prove that, okay, this is has been delivered. But this is something that can be digitalized, as Kadri said, right? So it's something that we can also prove on chain that this is possible. This is the data that was given, and this is the data that is auditable on chain.
A great business idea here for someone in the audience, maybe. A new startup, startup idea. Last question to you, Matthias, because with your project, it's very interesting. It's really working. They are driving around these little robots. So, do you get a lot of attention for your project? And are you approached by other cities or countries? And how is this working?
Interesting question. As we see, Bruchsal is a city about 35,000 inhabitants. So, and in our area, you don't talk too much about what you do. And as I told, as we say, our Aufsichtsrat, Bruchsal has a diamond, but they also see it as waste because no one sees the diamond. In this, and as I said, a big company from Germany which deals in the Schwarzdigit or the Schwarz company viewed our project and said it's the worldwide best project in this one. That's the other case. They say, oh, it's the worldwide best thing. In your home stuff, no one sees what you have. So we have a lot of visitors coming to us, interested in this, but also companies, but also governments and local politicians. But the case is they don't have the money. They don't see it from the customer side. So they say, we have to build a new area, and that should be no traffic in this area, so we need a solution. But they don't view this case from the customer side, so they don't see the benefits. And as we see in our country and in our project, our main case is to tell everybody that there is a great benefit. Not only the image of Bruchsal and Baden-Württemberg and Deutschland, but also for the customers. The one I'm living here, and as my daughter said, she is studying logistics in IT company with logistic use cases. Why can't this come to my city?
Cool.
But she knows it, but the government don't know it. So that's our daily business.
Great. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a follow-up on that comment?
Of course.
It's a very interesting project. I loved hearing about it as well, of course. And you mentioned a lot of blockchain possible use cases. And the feeling or the question that I was left with was, but which one of them actually makes sense to do? Do you have any comment on that? Or maybe there's someone in the room who can help out with that as well? Because that's what I often get the sense of, that yes, you could apply it here, you could apply it here, you could apply it here, but you can also do it in a different way, to be honest. And then the question is like, why blockchain?
Yeah, my way would be, as an economist, I would say, this is my problem. So, and this is the tools. There are some tools. I would go to Thomas and say, now this is my problem. And I need a tool who could solve my problem. I don't need to know how you solve this problem. But it must be, in the end, it must be solved. And if I check it and it's not solved, I say, okay, you're not the right company for me. So our business is to deal with ideas. What we do, we change the mindset. As you all said, how data is important, and you have your silos, and no one will share the data. That's not a technical problem. That's a mind problem. And as we know, you change this mindset problem only with bringing the leaders to what would make the child have a vision, have a great picture, and not 20 documents, and so on. So what we do is we catch leaders with Lego and pictures. On every project, strategy project, we make a big picture and everybody can depend on this. And the next step is to say, how can you solve this problem?
Yeah, that's a good point for the end of the discussion now, to solve a problem. And I think that's really also what blockchain needs to do, to be obvious what kind of problems are we solving with this technology and not the technology in itself. So, but before ending, I would like to open the panel also for questions from the audience. If you have any questions, feel free now to ask the questions. Take the chance. Here are the experts. You never get them on one panel again so soon. Okay.
Otherwise, I can recommend our networking break. So we're taking 20, 30 minutes off. So grab them, catch them, get everything out of them, whatever you want to know. So that's your chance. And then let's get back roughly in 30 minutes. I will drag you in here. No, meaning I know you love networking, working, we all do. But there is one of the most exciting sessions for me afterwards. It's about incentivizing positive change with Web3 technologies. And I think this is something picking your brain especially, and therefore I really recommend being right back for the next session. And then we have the proper break at 1:30, and there we have then food and everything. So just keep in mind, that's just a short break for you. Catch up, get a coffee, and then we see each other here in 20, 30 minutes.
But before,
thank you,
the panel.
Thank you very much for the panel. There's Ras. Ras, we have Ras. So then let's move on for the next session. And as I said, this is one of my favorites, so no pressure on you, Adri. So we will get a primer from you, get a little bit our brain picked, and then I'm handing over to Ras afterwards for the panel. And when the presentation is ready and Jürgen is ready for the presentation, then as a clicker, we can start. The floor is yours, and I'm so happy to have you. And
I feel very honored. And thank you, Jürgen and Robin and the whole crew for organizing this. I'm so delighted that I'm not at a, how shall I put this politely, at a crypto bro conference, right? Where everybody is just talking about swaps and reps and DeFi, etc., but about normal, everyday, real-time application of blockchain, right? It's very refreshing.
Here is the real stuff.
The real stuff. So I'm talking about incentivizing today. And next to a blockchain nerd, I'm also a little bit of a science fiction nerd. And one of my favorite books is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. And I don't know if you... Yes. And it's very relevant. The first paragraph of the book, I will not read it to you, but it goes a little bit like this, right? In a far, far away galaxy, there is, with millions of suns, there is one star which has a rock going around this sun, so to speak. And on this rock, there are creatures living. And these creatures are a bit sad, a bit depressed. And the whole day, what they're doing is they are transferring green pieces of paper to each other. And the more green pieces of paper they have, the happier they become. And it takes a little while before you realize they're talking about us, right? First of all, he shows us how insignificant we are in that vast galaxy. But the second thing is, it shows us that these green pieces of paper motivate us, incentivize us to get up in the morning and do lots of stuff. Maybe stuff we don't really like to do if you have a very bad workplace. But incentivizing is very important to us. So I'll take that theme and we'll go on to it. I think that using blockchain and programmable money can be used as a superpower for change, because incentivizing is really able to change the world. And of course, these tokens do not work at all, but by using these tokens, we can change behavior of people. We can make them act different than they would normally do. And like I said, it's very powerful. I'll give you one quick example. Years and years ago, I was at a hackathon, the biggest blockchain hackathon in the world. right? And there were more than 100 teams in the room. It was a 48 hours hackathon. It was really wrecking. But at one time, about halfway of the hackathon, the jury came to the tables and they handed out balloons, helium balloons, to these teams in the tracks that were most advanced, probably to be the winners, right? Most promising projects. So in the whole room, there were maybe 6 or 8 balloons sticking out. I kid you not, there were people fighting for the balloons, right? Adult people, right? Fighting over balloons because these balloons meant something, a piece of recognition, right? It maybe was 70 cents for a balloon, but it incentivized all these hackers to work even harder. So it has a way of influencing human behavior. But first, let's play a little bit the devil's advocate, and I will start with the question I always get. So you don't have to ask this question, why blockchain, right? Because when I present a solution, some of the naysayers, the first question is, yeah, but I could have made this with conventional technology also. Why do you use blockchain for this? And in most cases, they are right. I was chairman of Blockchain Lab Drenthe, and we had developed a very simple set of questions, what I call the 3 rules of engagement. 3 questions we asked every company, every organization that came through the door wanting to have a blockchain application. And I'll give them to you, maybe you'll understand why then. First question was very simple. First question was, are you alone in this project you want to do? Because if you're alone, use Excel, don't use blockchain, right? You don't need blockchain. The second question is, okay, so you are with several parties in this project, then you should not know all involved, or if you know them, you should not trust all involved. Because if you know them and you trust them, hey, just put a bucket with money on the table, right, and let everybody do its thing. You trust them 100%, so you don't need blockchain. The third, last, and more complex question is, so you are with more parties in this project and you don't trust them. Is there an incentive to cheat? If there is no incentive to cheat, you don't need blockchain. You trust everybody, there's no person that wants to get an advantage over the rest. Don't use blockchain. But if there is an incentive to cheat, blockchain is your solution to this, right? So ask yourself these 3 questions whenever you think about setting up a blockchain application. The very first application we did was an application in my hometown. My hometown of Emmen, they came to me, they had a subsidy for making houses more energy efficient. They got money from the government and they gave that away to every family in the municipality who wanted to buy LED lighting, energy saving measures in their house to make it more sustainable. And in 2021, they sent out vouchers, paper vouchers. Every house, 50,000 homes, got a letter with a paper voucher. Go use it. Nobody did. They even sent 3 letters to every house. I mean, 1 letter to 50,000 houses costs at least 20,000 euros. So they threw 60,000 euros after this. People, you have this voucher. Use it. It's free money. 16% of the budget was claimed in a period of 7 months' time. Only 16%. So they came to me and said, listen, can you help us? I mean, we have to give 84% of the money back to the government. Free money, right? And I'm an entrepreneur, so I said yes. And afterwards, I started thinking how I would do this. We came up with something which is called Energy Knip. And it is a wallet on your phone where you have purpose-bound money with which you can only buy energy-saving measures, like LED lighting, like heat-insulating foil, that kind of stuff. We sent out the first QR code. I have one still here, an original. First QR code went out on January 11th of 2022. And January 24th, 13 days later, 100% of the budget was claimed. So 16% in 7 months or 100% in 13 days. That was quite a difference, right? And it was such a big success that the city doubled the money and that the new amount was gone in 11 days. So it was a huge success. And it was what I call a win-win situation. It was a win for the people living in the city because they got 50 euros of energy saving measures to lower their energy bill. It was a win for the retailers who got new customers and extra revenue. It was a win for the municipality because they had a very efficient way to distribute the money. And it was a win for the environment because we used a blockchain protocol named IOTA, which uses less energy per transaction than a bank transaction itself, right? And then all the energy saved by these LED lighting, etc. So it was a win-win situation. And it was a huge success, and even up to China, they were writing about this. I got a call from Al Jazeera English from Australia. I thought it was a prank call, right? It was Kim Vinel calling me. Yeah, we want to interview you about your energy-driven blockchain project. Yeah, right. But it was the truth. There were many aspects in there. One of the aspects was we created FOMO. We showed in the app the balance of the municipality. And it was going down every minute. Every minute when somebody claimed their money, it would lower, right? So people, instead of laying this aside, they said, whoa, if I don't look at it for 2 weeks, it will be gone. I'll better claim it now, right? Incentivizing people. And the other thing was the gift of giving. There were people living in a brand new house. They already had LED lighting. They didn't need any foil to insulate their walls. So when they got the money, there was a button so they can send the money back. So other families could use it. 280 families pressed that button, right? So there was a humanitarian aid function in there also. The number of applications of purpose-bound money like this is a broad spectrum. Right? You can do, for instance, these energy subsidies, but you can also, there was a second project, do poverty relief. In Holland, we had a lot of energy poverty. But because of Ukraine, the gas prices tripled, quadrupled, and people on social income were unable to pay their energy bill anymore. So the government set aside money to help them. But 6 municipalities came to me and said, listen, if we give these people 250 euros, they'll go a weekend to Paris instead of paying their energy bill, right? So we made purpose-bound money to use in that. And the number of applications is very broad. I will give one more example because you can also use purpose-bound money to change business models. Right? Until now, the examples I gave is I gave you the tokens you can buy at his place and he gets the euros from me. But there was a municipality that came to me and said, listen, we have a budget, let's say 20,000 euros, that we want to use to give bicycles to Ukrainian refugees, increase their mobility. Now, in the conventional way, they would call AliExpress and say, send us 100 bicycles and give them away. Right? The money from the government would go outside of the country in another country's economy, and they would get the bicycles. I said, no, let's this time do it different. Start a campaign in the city asking people, do you have a bicycle in your garage that you don't use? If so, please bring it to one of these 10 bicycle shops, and you will get a QR code with a 50 euro credit you can use in local restaurants. Go have dinner on us. Yeah, the bicycle shop, we gave 50 euros to clean up the bike, and the Ukrainian refugees, we gave a coin to go and fetch a bike. Right? Now we have happy citizens, happy bicycle shops, happy restaurants, happy municipality, happy refugees, and we saved 200 bicycles from the scrapyard doing circular economy. Right? So you can have a win-win situation, and that is a big example of, again, the DeFi people, the DeFi people only do this for their own profit, but you could do projects which profit all kinds of categories of people in one project. It leverages the money to have a broader impact. For time's sake, I'll skip this one. Programmable money has big advantages, right? It lowers administrative burden, right? Because in the old situation, let's say you have money for solar panels. You would have to do an application at the government. Can I buy solar panels? They give you a permission, then you have to go order these, pay with your own money, save the receipt, send the receipt to the government. They have to look at it, approve it, send the money back on your bank account. Lots of time, energy, and frustration. With us, you just give people the money in their wallet. They order the solar panels, pay for the solar panels. They don't even need to save the receipt. The solar panel company will get the money. That's it, right? So super simple, much less administrative burden. It decreases the chance of administrative errors because maybe you are in a project with 10,000 citizens and you need to have 10,000 bank account numbers from them. Can you imagine what happens? It drastically lowers fraud and misuse, right? I can give you money from a health budget, which you can only use for a fitness center or a personal trainer. I can give that to you because the rules in the money prohibit that you buy cigarettes and alcohol with it. So I can give it to you. You can not spend it on anything else. It increases efficiency and speed. The merchants will get their money much faster. We have a real-time dashboard. You can see to the second what money went where. It's still anonymous, because anonymous is a very important factor, but you can see exactly what happens, and you can steer to, for instance, if there are 5 merchants and one of them gets the least revenue, you can do a social media campaign explaining that people, you can also go there, right? So during the campaign, you can monitor and control. It stimulates the local economy because the money is not being accepted by Amazon.com. It will stay in your city, helping the local entrepreneurs. And one of the things that is least popular, but well, very important, we're playing by the rules of the conventional monetary system. The tax office and VAT people are glad because we always pay in euros, not in some cryptos, USDT or whatever, right? In that way, they are happy also. So it has many advantages. Now, how does it work? Super simple. We have an app called Multi-Knip, and a knip is a Dutch word for wallet. Do you know these grandmother wallets where they had these 2 metal balls for closing and opening? It made a sound, knip, when you... So Dutch people call a wallet a knip, right? And multi-knip is because now you can have multiple different kinds of coins for different kind of purposes in your wallet. So you receive a QR code from the municipality. Well, let me see, I've got one here, like this, right? You scan the QR code for the first time and you get the app on your phone. Then you open the app, you scan the same QR code again, and then you have the coins on your phone. That's it. You go to the shop, 1 minute later, you can buy something with it. The shop gets a different QR code, which is connected to their bank account number, IBAN number, right? They scan this with the app, and then the app, the same app, turns into a PIN machine, a point of sale. They put in the amount, they show you the QR code, you scan it and say, pay. That's it. My grandmother could do this. And that is super important because we are all talking about mass adoption. Yeah? And you can only achieve mass adoption when it is easier than the alternatives. We all have a banking app, and you can even pay with your watch nowadays. You have to compete with those kind of things. People will not use my app because it uses blockchain. It will steer them away, make them a little bit scared. So we don't tell. Out of the 100,000 people using our app, 99,000 do not know it's on blockchain. It is irrelevant, right? They just want an app that pays fast, secure, intuitive, done. Okay, it looks like this. I'll put down some QR codes there. You can test it out later. These are live examples. So I hope you need maternity care. This is an example called Blockchain Baby. And people in Holland receive maternity care 3-4 weeks after a newborn. And you get 40 hours of maternity care. And the caregiver at the end of the day says, okay, I worked 3 hours. Beep. Oh, beep. Back. I want to go back. Can you bring me back? Yeah, there. Great. So you can install it on your phone, try it, go. These examples are live, right? So in the app you can see which retailers accept it. Their phone number is in it. Don't push the phone number because you will go to Pregnanta, which is the firm called, and you will have them on the phone, right? But it works. Conclusion. Yes, tokens can change the world. They will change the world even, if we do it right? Because lots of things are going wrong. Education is going wrong, lots of things. With the right motivation, and I call the right motivation a mix of greed, fear of missing out, and dopamine. With the right motivation, people can move mountains. We just have to find the right trigger, right? What makes you move? Maybe it's balloons, maybe it's a rebate. Dutch people love rebates, right? Maybe it's something else. And my last thing is don't over push on the word blockchain, right? I said it yesterday. We have the wrong title for this whole event in Berlin. This shouldn't be the Berlin Blockchain Week. This should be the Berlin Solution Week. And that we use blockchain is just a small part of it, right? It is not important because people buy cars, not engines. Blockchain is just a means, not a goal in itself. Okay, here you see I have the answer to life, the universe, and everything. That's in the book, is that the number 42. But if you have other questions, I will be around. Just give me a holler. After the lunch break, we'll be doing a think tank on the subject, which means that we're going to use a lean canvas, which I made for your own token project, that if you fill that in, you'll have a complete program on how you could use a token. So maybe I'll see you later, and I'll hand the mic back to Raz, because you are the man for the moderation. Thank you very much.
I just love the energy of Adri. And I couldn't believe that people only sleep till 4 o'clock or so in the morning, but with so much energy, I have no doubts.
Yeah. This morning was 15 minutes past 4. And then
oh, you slept in? So now handing over to Raz, please, and the floor is yours.
I don't need the microphone, no? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, really inspired by the talk just given by Adri. Really pumped me up. And a lot of food for thought as well. But we're going to have an exciting discussion. Love to be joined by everyone if we're ready to go. We've got Tom coming from Spire Earth, Glenn from Blockchain for Good Alliance, Adri, as you all know, from PB Token. Is Bajana here from the UNDP? Yep, here you are.
you have a certain...
Yeah,
first?
And of course, Andre, join us please, from Plastics. I think there's enough chairs here for everyone, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. Let me, don't really want to be so far away from you all, but... Right. Just to really follow on from everything you explained to us all, one thing that got me, solutions, right? You said Berlin Solutions Week. And we're all here for various reasons. We've all been incentivized to be here on some level, looking for solutions, wanting to build a better world together, and learning along the way. I've actually been surprised by how many amazing things that I've heard just this morning, and the interconnections that can happen with everyone here. And those discussions, I think, are priceless, and what makes it so important to make these opportunities and time for us to come together. Now, incentivizing positive change using Web3 technologies, I just kind of want to zoom out from that and follow on with what you were saying, Adri. Like, what kind of change do we really want to see in the real world? What change is urgently needed? And given the context that we have a world where more and more people are living in cities, urban environments, and we have the UNDP here as well, there's actual problems that need to be solved, and we have the solution providers here. Now, I just want to hand it over to you. I know you've already introduced yourself, Adri, but if we could just go across the panel, if you could just briefly introduce yourselves for our audience. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Bojana from the UNDP country office in Montenegro. And I think this will be actually a really interesting discussion because, I mean, we've heard a really interesting and successful example, but I will also speak about an initiative we had last year for North Macedonia and for Montenegro that was related to green tokens, but also speak about where we are stuck in a way, and like how can we actually fix these problems of like waste management or transportation or things like this. So yeah, I think for beginning this.
Thank you. So my name is Glenn. I'm from the Blockchain for Good Alliance, or BGA for short. So we are a non-profit organization founded by Bybit. So a lot of people do like to think of us as the for good arm for Bybit. And of course, Ras is a partner of the Blockchain for Good Alliance as well. And a quick shout out to Adri. He's one of our incubation projects right now. So kudos to that. So really incentivizing positive change through Web3 technologies is what we stand for. We are a global alliance really seeking the best players, projects, partners in the market that use blockchain for what it is, a technology in itself. And we firmly believe that blockchain can be a tool for public and social good. So we have multiple programs all around the world that really hunt down the best projects and provide them the support to scale, the support to grow, and regardless of the types of support that these projects need, we are here to give them what they need to really make their mark in this world.
Hi everybody, it's great to be here. My name is Tom, I'm from Spire. We are building open source technology to turn insects into a planetary health signal, and very curious about how blockchain might or might not play a part of that journey.
Thank you. My name's Andre Vanni Robin. I'm founder and CEO of Plastics. We verify that plastic waste was collected and recycled, and provide the blockchain infrastructure to be able to generate digital certificates which guarantee that the plastic was collected and recycled, and also to be able to create financial instruments such as plastic credits and carbon credits related to plastic removal, so that positive environmental impact can be financed in addition to verifying that the waste was collected and recycled. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps we could just start off with thinking about the tools we have, right? So we've got blockchain, crypto, tokens, but the use of them in the context that you're all coming from, I'd love our audience to learn a bit more about how you're using these tools and how it can actually drive positive change in a real sense. And is it actually sustainable? Because you were talking about, thankfully, this ain't a crypto bros conference now. You know, there's a lot of speculation around short-term rewards. People come in looking for opportunities to make money. And what I found interesting with what you were saying, Adri, is this combination of FOMO, greed, the right incentives. And all of you, have been working in the real world, so you've encountered this probably on a daily basis, all kinds of stakeholders. How are you managing all of those combined interests to move in a common positive direction that ultimately results in some kind of positive, tangible outcome? Perhaps we could just start with you, Bojana, because that could maybe set the scene as well. Thank you.
To get the problems out there, right? Fair enough. Okay, so in brief, UNDP actually, our Istanbul Regional Hub Office last year had an initiative of exploring how can we actually use these green tokens in this case in North Macedonia for like bio-waste, and in Montenegro it was related to transportation. Like how can we incentivize people to actually, and companies and individual households and people in general to, in Montenegro, use more public transportation, but also we were tackling waste. And for North Macedonia, that was like, for example, companies, coffee shops, like what can they do with their bio-waste and then what incentives they can get and things like this. And I mean, a feasibility study was done. We spoke to a lot of stakeholders, kind of got some insights, even developed some prototypes and things, but then like what next? In the case of Montenegro, for example, if we wanted to tackle public transportation, we were dealing with like basic things, like for example, when you get on a bus, you can still only pay with cash, for example. And the idea was to actually have like this ticket and then have this app. We kind of wanted it to be app-based, and then get these, use the tokens to get it, and then, I don't know, get different social benefits or things like this. But I think the main issue there was, or the main question is, like, how do we actually anchor this in the local government, and how do we explain to them that it's good to experiment, that it's good to invest in experiments? How do we show them that we can actually have different solutions that can really have and show change? But the biggest thing is also if we have like this IT solution, this app or whatever, their biggest question is always like if we're going to do it in-house, or are we going to actually have a company or like an existing app or things like this to have it there. But it's also a question of trust as well. So, I mean, a lot of things there, but that's where we kind of started, but also where we got stuck in a way of kind of scaling this up. For North Macedonia, with like bio-waste, which can also be very interesting for Montenegro as well, there was a question of also integrating ESG and like trying to tackle this topic as well with companies. But again, the same thing, like how can you actually convince local governments, how can you show benefit, even if you have like interesting solutions like this, there's always a question of trust. And even if we don't mention blockchain or things like this, there is still, you know, government turnover and all of these things that we're kind of handling. So yeah, in brief.
Thank you, Bojana. Yeah, coming back to trust, right? So education is, I think, key in this regard, and who provides the education, you know, they're credible in what they're doing. They've demonstrated this works with credible, trustworthy partners, and then the buy-in perhaps follows through. Could you pass the mic to Glenn? Given the network, the Blockchain for Good Alliance, and the multitude of examples, you know, what's your view with the role of token models, gamification, and how is that playing out in actual, real-world positive change?
Okay, so like you said, right, we do have a long pipeline of projects that like to apply for incubation, and every once in a while we have an interesting project like PB Token that comes in. 99% of the projects we receive are actually just your typical DeFi project that, you know, just try to twist and say, I let people get rich quick, and therefore I am blockchain for good, which is, you know, kind of like missing the mark, right? But for the projects that really do make it into our ecosystem, our alliance, we do have a few use cases. I can just spotlight some just to give some examples. So for incubation, in our, what I would say, our alumni batch for incubation last year, we do have a project called Ethic Hub. So Ethic Hub is a project based in Spain, so they were our best incubated project in 2024. So for them, they are a microfinancing platform where they actually serve like rural farmers, coffee farmers in particular, and really help them to get financed, especially if they don't have identities, they are like rural and stuff like that. So identity is a problem, banking is a problem. These are actually a crowdfunding platform that really allows them to get their produce from farm to table. So that's one use case, that's one example. Another interesting project that I would actually like to hear a little bit from plastics as well later, because we are in talks right now with an interesting project that's also dealing with plastics called Plastic Bank. I'm not sure if you've heard of that project before. It's an interesting use case. And coming back to the model on both token models as well as the gamification, this is an interesting, you know, use case where people don't know that it's blockchain. They essentially live out the life. So what he does, so what this project actually does, is they turn literal plastic waste into currency. So there's no green paper. It's literally the plastic waste that, you know, the poorest communities start to collect. They put it back into an ecosystem. There's an application there that literally says the amount of plastic you collect by weight is your currency that you can exchange on the app for real-world use cases like school furniture, like, you know, a backpack, stuff like that really serves these, you know, communities in need. So when it comes down to token models like this, it was an interesting conversation with the CEO as well, because he talks about how, you know, when families are in these villages, children can be actually incentivized to turn it into like a game of sorts. You know, they can go out there, they can start hunting down plastic, and, you know, it becomes a part of their life, you know. So the amount of plastics they collect essentially is money. It is a different form of money. So that is what we see as a token model that really incentivizes a real kind of positive change. People don't know what's blockchain. There is real-world use cases, and it's well-tracked on-chain, and it gives real impact. So that's some interesting examples that I can share with you that we see in our pipeline. We definitely want to see a lot more of these kinds of stuff, and we really hope that we are in the right position and this time period in order to do so.
Thank you, Glenn. Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm a parent, you know, and I have a son, he's 5 years old. And at the end, when you were showing the image of the QR code, and I was thinking, he already knows how to scan QR codes. He's always, QR code, give me your phone. Like, making things easy for your target audience, and then gamifying it so that they enjoy having pleasure in whatever problem's being solved. And sometimes it's not about solving problems, actually. It's just, you know, enjoying the pleasures of life without having to feel guilty for it. Like when I drank the coffee from Ethic Hub, I was like, you know, I love coffee, but I can feel assured that this isn't, you know, part of a supply chain that's questionably immoral. And this is the future I hope we're all moving towards, and to make it just normal, you know.
One addition.
Yeah.
There's a nice example in North Macedonia. My wife is from there, so I go there for 35 years now. The tax office had a problem with entrepreneurs doing black money transactions, right? So they used QR codes and gamification and incentivizing. So they said to all the residents in Macedonia, if you get a cash receipt from anything you buy, there's a QR code on it. Scan it, and you will be rewarded. At the end of the month, you can get, I think it was 15 euros or 20 euros reward. And now they have 1.5 million people checking the entrepreneurs if they get a receipt, right? So tax is coming in, yeah. and there is incentivizing and gamification. And now their tax office is very happy because everyone is scanning these QR codes, right? So it's an example of how you can use the whole community to your advantage, and only giving them a little incentivizing money to do this.
Yeah. Thank you, Adri. Andre, on the note that Adri just shared, you know, making money, incentivizing people, plastics, we all, I assume, are familiar with this growing problem of plastics in our world, right? I spoke with you yesterday about the work you're doing in Indonesia. I have family there too, you know, and we're seeing this increasing blight in our environment, and also just going back with what you were saying, Glenn, about, you know, the plastic bank where children can collect it for fun. The caveat to that is it sometimes in some parts of the world because of the economic conditions, you know, they're actually having to do that because no one else is doing it. And then this brings bigger questions, right? So what's going on with our governance systems, our infrastructure? Why isn't waste collected? So how do you picture all of that, and how are you approaching it?
So I'd like to approach the answer to that question by sharing a little bit why I founded the company 6 years ago. It's addressing the waste management industry which as an industry, it's all about impact. So whether you're collecting plastics on the beach or individual collection and rewarding that is a beautiful narrative, but in overall impact, it's negligible. What counts is transforming an industry and incentivizing an industry to become transparent. Ultimately, the biggest problem is the opacity of waste management. In developing nations, exponentially more than in Europe or in North America. So understanding the industry is important. So how is the industry built? The industry is built on collecting the waste, so they get money for that. The industry is built on sorting the waste and selling it as a feedstock. They get money for that. How do you incentivize transparency? Well, there we coincide. You need to pay. You need to give money because people are motivated by money. My last 6 years of experience is everybody wants to save the world, but nobody's willing to pay for it. And that's a reality. So you have to have a model that generates a financial return. And the objective of this financial return is transparency in an industry that has always been opaque. Now, blockchain is very important because ultimately you're not giving tokens to an industry. What you're doing is you're incentivizing the industry to provide data so they can create a new revenue source, which is selling that data in the form of an NFT, a digital certificate, a non-fungible token. And that NFT is supposed to guarantee that the waste was actually collected and recycled. And why is it important? Because if you understand that the only source of income is selling the waste, now they have data as a source of income, and they can obviously be incentivized to share this data. The token point of view came in where ultimately what we wanted was we want to guarantee that when the money was generated from the sale of that NFT, it would be earmarked specifically for an additional positive environmental impact. Buying a machine, buying a truck, providing personal protective equipment, providing medical care, increasing the geographical area of the people that are collecting the waste. Well, how do you ensure that? That's called basically a roadmap. And when all the monies are collected, then you get your euros, you get your dollars. In the meantime, you get tokens as a receipt of the sale of these digital certificates. And when you have sold all the digital certificates required to finance that positive impact, you return the tokens, and then you get your euros and your dollars. That's the approach that we decided to use regarding the token, as a digital receipt, as a guarantee of payment, that when an impact is defined and implemented and verified, you return the tokens, and then you get your dollars. This has worked in 22 countries, from Africa, Latin America, Asia, and this is the way to address the big problem of the 11 million tons of trash that are actually just going into the sea. That was the approach that we decided to embark upon.
Thank you, Andre. Yeah, sure.
So this is super interesting, especially when you're, because you are mentioning developing countries, and coming from sort of a developing country, but still on the step of EU, and before some of the regulations come to us and everything, and before we have to do something, what to do in like that meantime space. And it's more of like these 22 countries that you're mentioning where it actually worked, like what is the main thing, or how it actually was pushed. Because, for example, for us, we have this big issue with landfills, with illegal landfills, with the two only regulated landfills that have the capacity for maybe next 5 years, and that's it. And for example, they are selling waste to other countries. There is no primary collection and all of these things. Or, for example, they're collecting waste from companies and actually not getting profit for this, but doing it, for example, for some specific types of waste. So they're getting losses, but they do have awareness that something should be done about it. But it's very difficult because they have some existential things to think about, like, for example, what to do with this limit of the next 5 years, and that's it. Or, I don't know, thinking about trying to get the money for a recycling center or for a waste-to-energy plant or whatever. Like, how, in that context, do you actually get this? And how beneficial it is? I see it is. But you know, that like middle space before you actually have, I don't know, a EU legislation that tells you you have to do it, and then you're like, what do I do?
Very good question, and obviously description of the problem. It's all a voluntary market, obviously. In developing nations, there is no regulatory environment that encourages transparency. However, if you want to create a financial instrument to finance your additional impact, the key requirement is transparency. And then the second one is obviously the traceability of where that investment is going. So ultimately, converting waste into a financial instrument is the first step to be able to sell that financial instrument to the World Bank, to European Union, to the BID, or even to corporate sponsors. And to be able to do that, they need to know for certain that that actual activity has taken place. So you need to unleash transparency in an industry to be able to monetize that industry. That's step number one. I'll give a practical example. We're working in the Dominican Republic with the informal sector. So there is obviously in the value chain, you have the collectors, which is a non-for-profit. You have the people that the collectors are using, which are street workers, children. We said you have to avoid children. You cannot use children. We give a certain set of guidelines, and they are delivering the waste to an official, formal, sanctioned recycler. So you have two connection points that are formal, and you have one intermediary link, which is informal. So creating the documentation between the two to create formality is what the Dominican government is supporting. But if you don't have transparency, then you cannot sell the verifiable narrative that you're doing something positive. And most importantly, you cannot sell a financial instrument to finance that. So the first step is clearly transparency and traceability, clearly. And yesterday I mentioned replace blockchain with accountability, and it's true, because if you have a data that nobody can touch once it's published, then better make sure that it's not a lie, better make sure that it's not a scam, better make sure that it's not false, because you will be held accountable for that. And people knowing that in an NFT format, then it makes it more confident to say, I'm going to give you money, I'm going to buy this financial instrument, because I'm going to finance your additional activity, because you have already proven transparency. This is the building block for monetizing waste.
Just with what you were saying, thank you for being open to exchange like that. On accountability, you talked about waste being sold, and this idea of developing nations and developed nations, right? But like, if we look at the SDGs, for instance, no country is on track to achieving them all. So in my definition, all countries are developing. And so with that being said, if there's a country that's exporting their waste because it's considered cheaper to do that, and there's a country buying that waste, so why are they buying waste? And then when they buy the waste, if there's no legal framework to incentivize them to deal with the waste in the morally good way, we have a problem that's being created, even though there's a monetization business model in this global economy. And so I'm hoping with you fantastic people and everyone around the world that we can look at those problems and also from the bottom up hold certain actors accountable, because once we have the data, transparency, and we're saying, okay, the data and evidence is here and we want accountability, we are fully aware, though, sometimes that's just not enough. There are actors that behave with impunity, even when we know all the facts and we have all the data and we have all the evidence. And I think this is a question that is beyond this panel, and we all doing what we can, and yeah, my hat's off to all of you for that. And Tom, I just want to bring you in on this, because what you're working on, it really touched me, because you know, I grew up watching anime and Studio Ghibli, and I don't know if anyone here has watched Nausicaa, Princess of the Valley of the Wind. You know, this was in the 80s, and some things unfortunately haven't changed. And yeah, I'd love for you to share what you're working on. And having heard what you've just heard, you know, you're open. Blockchain may or may not be relevant for you, but yeah, what do you think?
Absolutely. I think for us at the blockchain conference, it's been fascinating to see how similar some of the concepts are with what we're doing, and why we're here is that these discussion points are so critical to our business. So if we're talking about accountability and we're talking about traceability, it becomes very relevant to us, because I think part of the story of Spire is giving people agency and making data come alive. Because if we look at the consequences of our actions on the environment are obviously terrible, but we've latched onto this thing of carbon, right? Because it's easily traceable and we can track it, but it's still incredibly distant to people, you know. And you can give people very realistic numbers about carbon footprint and carbon impact, but I think there's another step that needs to be made, and that's making that impact tangible in our lives. And I think it's very interesting to look at how transparency is indeed the first step, but to bring that transparency into a context that people can actually relate to is very much part of Spire's kind of mission.
I'm sure all of you are wondering about lunch, perhaps. So I'm incentivized here to maybe close fairly soon. But thank you all for your patience and listening. And we could just go around one final thought from all of you, if you could be so kind.
One final thought. Well, I think we, as a blockchain developing community, I have superpowers to make people change the narrative. We can incentivize people to approach problems a little bit different, right? And you have to, because Web3 requires a different way of thinking than Web2. People do not realize this, but that I see that on a daily basis. But if we can talk to the audience and convince them to think more decentralized, we change the world.
I don't think I will be like as profound as you were, but I'll do my best. You know, yesterday when our delegation was mentioning all of these problems and issues, you kind of get overwhelmed, especially like listening to that, I imagine, but also working every day with all of these different things. But what I just kind of heard made me realize that sometimes we forget that we need to, even if you get like stuck with all of those problems, you need to look at the bigger things, like for example, the issues that we or countries like us have constantly with data, and first like create a system for getting the data, tracking the data, looking into transparency of this, and which is also a big task. But when you see all of these interesting use cases, you kind of get hope, and just this is an interesting formula that you showed of like success of mix of different things. So I hope we'll have a bit of all of that to continue pushing.
Honestly, I'm just annoyed because everything I want to say, it seems like it's already been said, especially by this guy here. But okay, I mean, one example I like to use about like when blockchain gets adopted, right? It's actually like a Trojan horse. So actually you made reference to something similar. It's actually people not needing to know that it's blockchain. People just need to see the real world impact. And we're still very far from that, because it does seem like everybody who's advocating blockchain just throws the word blockchain at your face, you know, over and over and over again, thinking that it's still the hype, and thinking it's still the right way to do about it, thinking is that this is the only way to get people to understand that Web3, blockchain, crypto is the next step forward. And I came to this event, just a quick sharing, right? I came to this event literally from the other one, and the other event I was literally debating with this guy who came in and literally said that I'm from Web2, I hate blockchain, and then he just started debating with me for a good 10 minutes on why blockchain sucks, and I was just like, what the hell is going on, man? Like, but I literally asked him one question: is crypto and blockchain the same to you? And he told me, yeah. I was like, okay, so that's the problem in itself, because that's how so many problems come about when people think of blockchain, having the wrong perceptions and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, the most important thing is really that will incentivize real-world change is real-world impact. You need to prove it to people. People need to be benefiting from the use cases, and then you tell them, do you know that what you're benefiting from is actually built on blockchain? And that's when they see, like, that's the eureka moment. That's when they essentially realize that it's just what it is. It is a tech. If you need it, it's great. If you don't need it, then you don't need it. So it really depends. It depends at the end of the day. So I think that ultimately at the end of the day, just to wrap up, positive change is definitely possible through Web3 technologies. We just need the right approach, the right mindset, and the right education that goes into it. Yeah.
I think a final thought is just, it's been interesting to me how many conversations we've had about user experience and about interface to these technologies. And I think your points about FOMO and dopamine were really interesting. And it's interesting to think about what kind of interface elements are inherent in blockchain, you know, and I think gamification comes to mind with big data sets, with scorecards. But I think my 2 cents to the conversation is one thing that I haven't heard a lot about is the idea of badging or social status that I believe is inherent in a provable kind of architecture, and with an anonymity it becomes an interesting conversation.
After 2 days of interacting and having the privilege of being here with you all, one of my conclusions is that there's a concern on behalf of certain regions, geographies, in terms of how to transform and fund themselves in this transformation. I'd like to remind everyone that brands who sell their products in every country in the world can be named 20, and they are bound by European Union anti-greenwashing legislation. They are bound by the by compliance with this legislation, and for them, they want to avoid any problems that will negatively affect their brands, whether they are in a far remote region, even if they are a European or North American brand. That's a very powerful driver. It's a very powerful driver to seek partnership with brands in your region for them to be able to reward you for the transparency that you provide them, so they can use this information, they can use this data for their compliance purposes at the European Union level or in North America. So ultimately, a brand, brands have been in here for 50, 100 years. They're not fast growing. They're here to make sure that they have a continuation of revenue, of market share. And for them, it is very important to make sure that they are not associated with scandal, with fraud, with scams, with waste, et cetera, that is mismanaged. That is a powerful tool for the local governments and the regions to get the necessary funding and support from these brands. But they're not going to fund opacity. They're going to fund transparency. They're going to fund traceability. So the first order of work is to provide them with what they're going to fund with. And that's the general thing. And then blockchain, oh, by the way, is the perfect accountability tool, because once they made the decision, they are married to that decision. And that's why it's a very good tool for this type of monetization path. That's
I'd say big hand of applause for all of them. And Ross, having a great panel here, and I think I didn't promise here, but it was really inspiring, and I think there's so much we can take and use and pick up from you guys. So use the time later we have in the think tanks. Adri is, for example, running one, so right back after lunch. We have then about an hour and a half think tanks, and then the last session about education, skills, learning, and so on. And then I think there we also get in a new sphere for a lot of you guys. So use the opportunity, and Now I'm hungry, you guys also probably, so let's go for lunch and see you back in 45 minutes, hours, something.
Thank you, Christian.
The three... the ones with the bags, but...
I think you can simply choose the best place to have place now. You could see it going outside, but maybe the bags. I would leave it up to you.
Yeah.
And then we fix the room now.
Okay, so let's get going for the final rounds. We're having now the think tanks again, where we have our specialists here and tons of energy sitting in front of me, or 2 tons of energy. So, do you want to explain just quickly again?
Well, yes, thank you very much. I mean, I think we are very full of a lot of information, but maybe these last 2 think tank sessions are also an opportunity to try to translate this into something tangible, something you could go with after these sessions and say, okay, what can we do next? What can we do in the next days, next weeks? How can we connect, and so on? And I think we have 2 great hosts for the think tanks here, Adri and James, and giving the opportunity to really to talk about this, not just to listen and to digest and maybe to connect, but really to do it hands-on. So actually, what problems could you solve? Right? This is the core question of the think tanks. And so maybe you want to quickly tell what you are up to. Adri, James, please come to the stage. Okay. Once more.
Here we go again. Yeah, well, we are using the unconference principle for our think tank, which means you are going to decide what we are going to do. And if you don't have any great ideas, then we're going to take a canvas. I adapted a lean canvas to design your own coin ecosystem. Right, so I have some on paper with me. I hope I have enough. But otherwise we'll share or we'll copy a few extra or whatever. But if you fill out all the blocks on that canvas, you'll in the end have a complete layout of how your coin is going to help people, where is the funding coming from, who is going to benefit, is it going to be anonymous, etc., etc. All these aspects are there. But I'm open for any other idea. If like I said, using the unconference principle, any other person in the room says, but I have this idea, I would really like to know, and other people say, well, we also would like to know that, then we'll just improvise.
So thank you. So it's a great opportunity to actually play through this idea of how can we use tokens to incentivize behavior, thanks to Adri. James.
And in the other breakout room, we'll be investigating the question, how might we use blockchain-based credentials to enable greater mobility for more people? 2 of the problems I've heard about while spending the last 2 days here, inside of agencies and across agencies of the UN, we recognize that sometimes people want to move between projects and between groups. How might credentials support that kind of movement? And in a more global sense, how might these sorts of credentials help displaced people, marginalized people, to have greater access to opportunity? It'll be really interesting to kind of think about what different experts bring to the conversation about these problems. And we'll be recording our solutions in a beautiful tool that Jan built. I'm excited to see what it can do for us.
So thank you very much. Please use your last energies for today and choose your color. Follow Adri or James. You can choose the sandbags if you're more in relaxed mode or rather in sweat mode, and go to the little room as you like. Okay.
The other thing is I want tables.
You want tables?
Tables so people can write on something.
Okay, the room inside is good for tables. The small room here is good for tables.
All right, and we'll be in the beanbags.
Ha, okay, that's the pitch. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So, everybody, we are now going back on stage and we're checking the results of the groups, if everybody did their homework. So, may I interrupt you too? So, then I would like to have the groups, or that some of the groups present their results and so we get our stage dog. So then, now we're ready to start. Our dog is in position. So we need at least to have one on stage here during the last 2 days. And it was always beautiful to have the guys around and the ladies. So let's go. And we would like to show just quickly the results, or just you show the results. And you have some fancy tool. Maybe, Jan, start with your group.
Yeah, I think we had the great opportunity to work with you on a specific topic. Thank you very much for it. When I visited, it was really, wow, what an opportunity. Thank you for that. And I think you were hands-on working on very crucial questions. I would first hand over to James, who used actually this canvas we built for this purpose. So please.
I mean, in tech and especially in blockchain, we talk about the word protocol all the time. But when I was a high school teacher, I used the same word for a different purpose, right? A protocol is just an agreed upon communication structure, right? It can allow computers to talk to each other, or like we did right here, it gives a group of people a way to have a structured conversation. What's nice in the age of AI is that we don't have to worry too much about the clarity of our thought, right? We can throw a lot of ideas on the page, and we can find out if the robot can synthesize those a little bit. So that's what we had the chance to do. I brought to the group a guiding question about mobility. We recognized early in the conversation that maybe talking about medical records for displaced peoples might be a way to zoom in on the problem a little bit. But we thought if we could talk about this problem for a little while, maybe we would recognize some patterns that could be applied to broader problems, right? Just general problems of mobility, whether it's geographic or professional. And so that's really all we did here, is we went through the protocol, we defined a problem, we talked about whose problem it is, we talked about how to explain it. We talked about the use of anecdotes in explaining big problems to non-experts. We talked about a long list of risks, but we got our heads out of that and started to talk about solutions as well, the potential impact, and our vision. So that's what I'll read. Our vision is to make global progress by starting small. Our vision is to make global progress by starting small, to launch, for example, in a small space, a distributed system that makes it easier to distribute solutions, okay? This is not the full work, but in 1 hour, we had a group of people who maybe hadn't all collaborated on something before make some progress and to be able to take some next steps. If you can click on the show assessment button, we know that LLMs are pattern machines, right? So if you look at the basic project plan, it's not telling us much. It's telling us how to run pretty much any project. But it's interesting, right? On a knowledge base, we can get some resources about similar work that's already in progress. We can maybe see some opportunities synthesized for what we might do. And we can look at potential partnerships. So just want to give a hand to Jan for building this tool, giving us a place to start. And I think there's ways to integrate protocols like this where people are having a conversation and turn them into something that a blockchain protocol, for example, can read and make something useful out of. So just thanks to everybody for having that conversation. I wish we could do it every day, but a little bit at a time, and let's try to do it again sometime soon. Is there Q&A here?
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, James. Adri.
Okay. Yeah, we had a completely different session because we did a canvas on all the aspects involved in making your own project. And that's not a small feat, right? Because normally when I do a canvas like this, we're working for three and a half hours, right? And so we had a little bit little time to do that. So first we did a round making an inventory of which problems that were present, right? And out that came a few larger problems. There was the problem with the EV startup and tokenizing the data from an electric vehicle battery. It was one use case. Another use case was cleaning up garbage, litter in a national park, how we could incentivize that, and we ran with that. So the first batch of time we spent on explaining all these boxes on our canvas because there were only a few words in it and I have to explain about what it all represents. But then we all went and took our own canvas. This is one of the examples. I'll put it here where it's a bit more light, or there. You see it's not fully filled all the boxes because there is not enough time to that in, let's say, the last 20 minutes of our session. But what I would say is this is like a business plan, right? I mean, every entrepreneur has done it. You need financing for your company and you go to the bank and you request the finance. And they said, okay, show me your business plan. How are you going to earn that money back and what is the investment? And you write 8 to 12 pages business plan and every entrepreneur hates it. I've come in my whole life, I've seen 2 entrepreneurs that really like to write business plans and the rest hated it. But you don't do it for the bank. You do it for yourself because at the end of the exercise you have 8 to 12 pages, black and white, really what you're doing, where your money is coming from, where your money is going to, what your costs are, what your risks are, etc. This plan is worth the gold for your company. And the same is that for a canvas like that for your coin setup. It makes you think about all the stakeholders involved. It makes you think about the motivation that you need. Because, let me be frank, I mean, a project like this can be compared with a chain, not a blockchain, chain. It is as strong as the weakest link, right? And I always give the example of one of our projects we did for a city where they had employee benefits, and it was very well designed up to one little detail. There was one lady that was leading the project, and she designed the menu where people could spend their tokens. Right? Now you got tokens and you get new tokens every 3 months, and she made a list of companies where you could go and buy something. And that were only vegan shops, vegan restaurants, vegan everything. And that, how shall I put this politely, that hindered the outcome of the project, right? That was the weakest link. Now people got their money in their pockets burning, right? What can I buy? And then not everybody likes vegan. And so it's just one example of what could go wrong, right? That was the weakest link for that project. And by writing it down, you have the plan for yourself. Now, we looked into cleaning up the national park. by motivating kids and incentivizing them so they could get rewarded with, for instance, new installations on their schoolyard, so slides, etc. Or you could reward them in other ways, motivating them. And in this session, the word involving kids came by so often that somebody even described it as child labor. I always say good child labor starts at home. So no, but they're the easiest ones to motivate, right? So and most rewarding also. Now it was a very nice exercise. We were a little bit short in time, but we set it up in a way that they can do the rest at home, and if they have any trouble, they know where to find me. That's it.
Great, thank you very much. And what I can recommend is his, let's call it token blockchain canvas. So it's really adapted to blockchain cases. So if you're interested, please go to Atri or look where here are some of the templates, make a photo or so. I think it will be very helpful.
Contact me and I'll send it to you. It's a PDF which you can use, and then.
Yeah, and when you want to have the high-tech solution, then we need to go where?
I will post the link later.
Perfect. So you have everything you need, no excuses anymore, guys. And next week, Monday, we want to see what's happening here. Okay, great. So now, before Maddie is starting with her panel, James is the one picking our brains a little bit, how he sees the future of skills and what's happening potentially in the learning space. And when I got a few glimpses on it, I find it quite thrilling, and so I'm really excited to hear you. So please.
Thank you. And is there a clicker?
Yes.
Is that?
Which works sometimes.
Yeah, right. Maybe not. Great. Okay, good. And thank you for sticking around. It's 4 o'clock on a Friday, and here we are after 2 days of very hard thinking. I really appreciate you being here. I hope we can have some fun. This panel is about blockchain for skills and learning and digital credentials, but I want to start for just a moment somewhere else. And I know it's a little pale here because the sun's coming from the back of the room, but vinyl records. Something funny happened in the last 20 years. Streaming platforms came online, and people started buying records again. And we're not just talking about a couple of audiophiles and hipsters. We're talking about measurably millions of people buying a 100-year-old technology when they had access to the most convenient music platforms ever created. And I knew there was a correlation, but I didn't know how strong it was. Check it out. This is millions of vinyl units sold in the United States versus global streaming revenue. It's the data I could find. And those are pretty similar curves right there. I assumed the vinyl curve would lag behind the streaming one, but no, it was pretty much in lockstep, this phenomenon. And so the question is, why? Sometimes new technology reveals what the old did uniquely well. One thing I've learned over and over again from 5 years of blockchain development is that we are often not talking about brand new ideas, but we're talking about reclaiming access to ancient ones. Maybe you share this experience. And so the question we've been talking about AI. This is a Smartfutures event. It's sponsored by blockchain initiatives. And yet we've been talking about AI for the last 2 days. So if we could say that AI is maybe a little something like streaming music, what's the vinyl that comes with that? And that brings us to credentials. This is part of the conversation. Credentials are an ancient technology. We've been giving each other certificates and medals and signatures, and we've trusted institutions for centuries. But now we have the chance with AI to ask new questions, in part because AI forces all of us to ask these questions, right? What is it really good for? Am I still human? And we get to try to figure this out together in the very same way that streaming music made us want vinyl records again. So what are humans really good at? Well, we're really good at making messes. What are robots really good at? Robots can they can express concern, right? A robot or an LLM can paint a cat, but can they do it like this? Can they collaborate in a messy way? Can they do the work of not having a plan and yet still figuring stuff out together? And so this is what I wanted to bring to everybody today. A couple of questions about blockchain credentials. Suppose that you can put a credential on a blockchain, and you can. 3 questions we have to ask are, what can we do with them? How are they earned? And what are they worth? So we'll take these questions one at a time. What can we do with blockchain credentials? Well, first of all, some clarity. A lot of people understand that if I put a credential on a blockchain, it's a better certificate. It's harder to fake and easier to verify. But that's only part of the story. We have these things called smart contracts now, and you might know that they allow us to distribute funds in programmatic ways. But what we also have is the ability to look at data in the same way. And we have the ability to make programmable keys. More on this in just a moment. Because we have this, we can create all sorts of custom solutions that gather in some kind of global credential. Okay, so what are some examples? Well, if I participate in a mentorship program, now I can join a mentorship network. If I collaborate on a project, maybe I can get some governance rights. If I contribute to some initiative, maybe I have access to some privileged data. This is a topic that came up earlier today. This is not a new idea. Eleanor Roosevelt, speaking, you might know this quote, on behalf of the UN, where, after all, do human rights begin? In the small places, close to home, the neighborhood, the school, the factory, the team, the office. These are examples of local states where we never want to lose local autonomy, but we also somehow want to be able to share trust. This came up in our focus group a few minutes ago, right? We have the ability to take the local trust from the neighborhood, the school, the factory, farm, or office, and use it in a global way. That's really exciting. And so, right, just a few examples of local states. Is there the updated version of this? I realized. I had a few quotes from earlier that were really powerful that I wanted to show some people. But we can stick with this. Okay, just some examples of local states, right? Communities, education programs, projects. Earlier, Thomas was talking about isolated ecosystems, right? And he gave a really nice definition of an ecosystem, just people working together with a set of technological tools. So when we have this ability, we're not just talking about enabling solutions for people, We're talking about enabling the creation of custom solutions. And that's an important twist, right? What we have the ability to do is take the template for a solution, but make sure that it works for a local group of people in exactly the way they need it to. And when I say local, I mean geographically or interest-based. I'm part of many groups I would consider local that consist of people working in all sorts of places around the planet, right? And I want the ability to keep that local trust and, when it's helpful, to share it on a broader scale. Let's think about now how these credentials are earned. Well, it's by doing things, anything, creating value, which we all know is not the same thing as making money. I can create value by participating in a relief effort. I can create value by beautifying my community. I can create value by joining an online community. I can create value by building something. And when I do, there are people who might vouch for me. There are people who might attest at the local level to the value that I have created. And this is a big shift. So in the past, people were whispering the word Harvard in our group like it was like a dirty word, right? So Harvard, people, right? It can mean whatever it means to you, right? But we can change this concept of institutional authority to something new. Local engagement in all of the different hats I wear. None of us in this room are any one thing. We're a collection of work we've done, relationships we have, right? The hobbies we have, the ways we volunteer in our communities, and all of it adds up to who we each uniquely are. And that has an emergent, practical value. Blockchain does provide ways for this kind of local engagement to bubble up to something truly valuable. And so when we talk about that value, now we have to ask this question: what are these digital credentials worth? Well, it's just like the way the value is created in the first place, right? From doing, from participating. It's emergent. This diploma has value. But I've heard in a few conversations over the last 2 days that it can be hard to trust a diploma. It can be hard to assess the skills that the holder of that diploma actually brings with them. And the value of different diplomas is dramatically different from place to place. This, the messy work of collaboration, is something all of us, we're never going to stop needing it, right? And I don't know if you've shared this experience. I love music. And my ears get this weird feeling from listening to Spotify all the time. It's hard to pin down, but I know I'm listening to streaming music. And I know that I need something different. And maybe you recognize the same feeling. You're reading something that was written by AI, and it's not bad. It just doesn't feel right. People have been telling stories about just injecting errors into their writing to prove that it was written by a person, right? People have been telling. I was actually complaining about this to a buddy the other day. We really love using the double dash in our writing, but so does the AI, so we've had to learn how to not use it, right? Because we want to make sure that people understand that we took the time to do the messy thought to figure the thing out. And this has an intrinsic value of its own. This kind of collaboration, this kind of, I'm gonna try this. Oh my God, I'm despairing. This is essential. This is the experience that all of us need to have. And AI is going to drive us closer to this, more than social media could, right? It's taking it to an extreme, and now we have a chance to recognize what's missing and to think about how we can do it differently. We have a chance to move from institutional prestige to demonstrated contribution, from asking who issued that credential to how is that credential being used? We have the chance to finally move beyond an attention economy and into one where we're not trying to capture each other's attention, but into one where we're attesting to what each other can do. We're moving from, right, black swan events, right, expensive mistakes, to frequent low-cost mistakes. From the high startup costs of trying to launch a new institution to low startup costs where we're experimenting all the time. From conditional efficiency, subjective, right, gatekeepers letting people in the door, to emergent efficiency. Hey, I like working with you. Can we do that again? This is where we are going. This is what we have the opportunity to build together. So, to sum up these three questions before we head off to the panel, what can we do with digital credentials? We can build customizable, forkable infrastructure where local autonomy connects to programmable global interaction. How are credentials earned? Through protocols that allow communities to work together on their own terms while connecting globally. And what are they worth? It's emergent. If somebody who holds a credential is getting great stuff done, then that credential has value. If they're not, then it doesn't. And that can change over time. And this allows all of us to just keep building, keep moving the ball forward. We're not going to solve the health problems that we were talking about in the session. We're not going to solve all of that overnight, but can we make incremental progress, right? Can we build trust with each other so that we can take the next step and the next one and the next one in a way that allows all of us to kind of get over time to where we want to be. So thanks for the time, and I'm excited for this panel discussion.
Many thanks, James. It was really a treat, and I have to admit I love people who ask great questions and not starting with answers right away. And just one more thing here. We saw on the left side the institutions. Also something I have to admit, for me, when I interviewed people and hired people, this was only the entry ticket. So always the side where I decided was here the right side. And there I wanted to know, what did you do while you study? Did you work as a waiter also? Because this gave me much more information. I knew, okay, this is a person who can cope with other people, who's open, who's communicative. So I got much more information than here on the left side. This was just the paper side. But the interesting side was always here on the right. What was the messy stuff this person was doing? And now it's showing me that this person is capable of solving problems. Because we are having hard questions in the future, and for this we need people who can ask the right questions and somehow muddle through to find the answers or approaches at least how to solve them. So now I'm really looking forward to the panel. Maddie, you are on stage, so let's go. And
thank you. I'm feeling a little pressure now to ensure that my questions are also as good as these ones. But we will give it a go. So hello, thank you also for sticking around for the last panel. I know it's been a really intense and busy couple of days. Thank you very much for spending this time with us on this Friday afternoon. Welcome to the session, Blockchain for Skills, Learning and Digital Credentials. I'm Madison. For those who haven't yet had the chance for us to chat so far, and I'm thrilled to guide you through our conversation today. Around the world, we see a growing demand for transparent, trustworthy ways to recognize what people can actually do, especially as skills are learned in increasingly diverse settings. in some of the settings that James highlighted. So no longer just in workplaces, but also in community spaces, through online platforms, and in job settings, and also in people's spare times. But recognition hasn't quite caught up yet. And blockchain technology promises to make skills verifiable, portable, and tamper-proof. But what does that actually mean for education, the workforce, and the individuals navigating them? How close are we to that promise? What needs to happen for these credentials to truly serve learners, educators, and employers alike? So, without further ado, we've brought together an exceptional panel of thinkers and doers who are actively shaping this space. So it's my pleasure to welcome back James, co-founder of Andamio, Franzi Schmidt, co-founder of Mycelia and director of Open Educational Badges, Bertu Mavis, blockchain academy and accelerator lead at UNDP, and Jan Mulik, CEO of Relevantive and vice president of International Council on Badges and Credentials. Great. So my first question is for Franzi, if you could pass the mic along. Could you tell us some more about your work with Open Educational Badges? How are badges helping to make the acquisition of skills visible, and why is that visibility so important for learners today?
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. So, hi, I'm Franzi, and as Maddie already mentioned, I'm working on a project which is called Open Educational Badges, and with this project, we aim to make learning and learning outcomes visible, verifiable, and in the end, of course, valuable for learners, because learning happens everywhere. I hope you guys learned a lot within the last 2 days. I learned a lot, certainly. And all these learning experiences are valuable. You just mentioned it, right? On the right side of this chart, there's where the magic happens. What did you do next to your official diploma? What did you learn through volunteering and all these things? And that's what we want to do with Open Educational Badges. So it's a tool where we help educators to create badges and use therefore a technical standard, the Open Badge Standard, and we combine it with a EU-wide skill taxonomy, so definition of skills. It's called ESCO. And therefore, skills can be collected, they can be grown, and in the end, we want to empower people to understand who am I, what am I capable of, and in a fast-changing world, which jobs are there, what career paths could I take, how can I use my skills in order to shape the world?
Thank you. That's really interesting and such a great starting point for our conversation today. My next question is for James, and thank you for your very interesting keynote, James. And in preparation for this panel, I also came across your work with FC Barcelona. Could you share a bit more about that project and the role blockchain plays in enabling it?
So it's an exciting opportunity to work with a global sports franchise. And what we're really trying to do is leverage those relationships, right? If we can think of sports fans like those kids in the bathtub, right? This is a connection that people already share. I happen to be from the East Coast of the United States, so I'm a baseball fan, but when I meet somebody who likes my team, that's just a conversation starter. It's very powerful. And because we have a place to start a conversation, sometimes we have the opportunity to go deeper than that. And so we've heard from Andre already, Plastics is working with FC Barcelona to engage fans who were able to earn NFTs by collecting plastics. If we could extend that and give people the chance who already share this relationship, this interest, and give them the chance to work together on something even more impactful and build up credentials for doing so, that's an exciting opportunity, right? We know that sports marketing works. We know that advertising is able to drive the entire sports industry. What if we were able to leverage that into impact work, right? And take people's affinity for some team and use it to apply to some greater problems.
Great, thank you. I feel like I've maybe lost my microphone. Can you still hear me? Okay, fabulous. Great. I can have both. Does this work? I think it's still working? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, fantastic. My next question is for Bertu. Could you tell us about the UNDP Blockchain Academy and how it supports the use of blockchain to advance the Sustainable Development Goals? And why is this technology relevant for inclusive development?
Yes, thank you so much. And like I'm sure that you met with like so many colleagues of UNDP, and maybe you may be wondering when you met them, like why do you know about blockchain? So for us, our journey started so many years ago when my team started to engage with blockchain. But we have seen that most of our colleagues and most of the people that I also know, and also before I joined the blockchain world, let's say, like I only thought also like blockchain is only crypto and nothing more than that. So our team thought that we have to start with the education and we have to teach our colleagues how they can utilize blockchain. So within the Blockchain Academy, which we developed the first ever tailored blockchain academy for the UN ecosystem in partnership with the Cardano Foundation. And like our aim was not to make them builders and make them understand what is behind the technology in the technical level. Like I also don't know that. But we wanted our colleagues to understand that blockchain is a tool that they can use on different aspects of their work. Let's say that they are working with like agriculture. Then they should learn that actually within the agricultural work that they are doing, they can also use supply chain and like similar things like this within blockchain. And we can see more and more that like some of our colleagues here have been also part of the academy, and we had the graduation event last month, and we can see that our colleagues was also like hungry to learn something new, and it was very nice to see from our side. We received 640 applicants, we onboarded 500 colleagues, and 300 of them like went through the academy and completed it. And I think very important thing is to see that like our colleagues now want to be the change makers and they want to change something within the institution. You know that there is less and less trust to UN. There is less and less, like belief that we can do something bigger. I think we cannot stay behind as UN. So I think these kind of technologies, integrating AI or integrating blockchain is very important for us. So that is why we like built the academy. And following the academy, we are also have an acceleration program where we help our colleagues to pilot the projects. We don't want it to be only an education that they forget about. We want them to pilot and see that they can utilize blockchain technology across different countries, across different regions, and make sure that we can touch the people's lives that are need to be touched. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, that's so interesting. Can I ask, how long is the academy program?
So we started it in January, and it was completed in May.
Oh,
but
wow.
there were some delays because our colleagues are so busy. So we had to make sure that they can cope with it. And we have around 4 mandatory modules and 2 optional modules they have to go through.
Wow. And could you give an example of some of the modules?
Yes. So we have the modules on the digital identity, supply chain, digital payments, and like similar kind of things.
Great, thank you. The next question is for Jan. And as an expert, Jan, in UX, I wanted to ask you, blockchain is often seen as complex and abstract, and how can good design turn that perception around and make the value of verifiable credentials tangible and real for people and users?
Wow, thank you for this very hard question. So maybe one step back. How many of you have received or made some kind of learning experience, some learning achievement, like a course or practice? How many of you? Okay, that's a lot. That's like 50%. How many of you have received a certificate or credential or whatever for that? How many of you have received a digital one? A digital is not a PDF, right? But something that has metadata that can be machine readable. Okay, still 10. How many of you have it in a kind of wallet or can display it here to others? 5 left, 6 left. Wow, that's a lot still. I think you are a very selected crowd. The point I want to make is, and I got this figure from a guy from W3C and the Verifiable Credential Definition Consortium, and he gave me the number that in average a credential is seen in a lifetime 1.2 times. Why should you, right? And so when we come to blockchain, how would it change that number to something more impressive? Why should I deal with my credentials, like learning credentials? This is a key question I think is important if we think about technology. Because if technology doesn't improve the experience for the end user, then the digital credential as a potential will not get to that potential in the technology. And so when it comes to blockchain, and I think I very much liked what Adri said today in how far this three-point checklist, would it change something? Why would you choose blockchain for digital credentials, for example? And I wouldn't go back to that because it would lead to a deep discussion. He is also leaving, fleeing. But the question then, and I think we come later maybe to it, blockchain can be a very good extension because maybe you know about this digital identity, digital wallet discussions that are at the moment around. And the question is, for example, imagine you have a wallet with all your digital credentials instead of a USB stick that you typically have. If this is calling back, that's a big discussion. And if it is calling back, if to validate that you can actually show it, can somebody switch off it? Can somebody take your credentials from you by simply not answering the request? This is a crucial question. So at the moment, and that would be, I may come later to that, there's currently a disbalance between who's issuing credentials and who's receiving them. And just to come back to your question, there is a chance of blockchain technology to somehow switch that dominance of issuing parties towards the earners, who are the actual holders of the credentials, the real earners. And that means technology that cannot be easily switched off or taken from you. For example, if you switch contacts, if you don't have access to your email anymore, and so on. So mobility is a key question here. And just as a hint, blockchain could be that enabler of mobility that still keeps you safe.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. And it reminds me as well of that diagram that James, you showed on the slides where all the arrows were flowing from the top towards learners, and instead the arrows in the bottom were flowing in both directions. Interesting, okay. So we've seen what this looks like in action today, what you guys are up to at the moment. But what does it take to scale this vision responsibly? Let's turn now briefly to governance standards and broader systems that we need to make verifiable credentials truly work across borders. So my first question is for Franzi. So at Open Educational Badges, you mentioned before, you work with the ESCO taxonomy to link badges to recognize skills. Could you tell us more about the role in common competency frameworks play in making credentials interoperable across different systems?
Yeah, okay. I think the main question is, badges have been around for quite a while, right? And but still we don't see, like, I wish we would see the vinyl curve for badges, but we don't. So when we started our project, our question was like, how can we make it more valuable to the user, to the learner? And we had actually a lot of discussions with Jan around it, so it's also Jan's brain a lot in there. And what we came up with is that we have to create the use case where the learners can actually make the most sense out of it. So if I collect badges from this institution or that education provider or this, great. And if I collect that in a wallet that can be carried around, even better. But in the end, it really depends on what does it mean, because I think the value is not in opening what was the number, 1.2 times I look at my certificate, but is a certificate really valuable because I look at it, or is it valuable because it opens up possibilities, job possibilities, development possibilities, and so. And that is why we actually included the ESCO framework, which is a EU framework with 14,000 definitions of skills. And it's EU-wide, not global, so this is also something, and ESCO is not the perfect one, but a good start, in order to make it really understandable what does this certificate hold when it comes to skills on a skill level. And therefore we implemented these kind of skills, these really narrowed down skills, and they all come in tree structures and stuff. So the learners collect the badges, but the badges are loaded with skills, and when you collect more badges, different skills can grow because we use the same language. So the badges can speak now the same language. And this is very interesting because from a learner's perspective, you can grow skills and then you understand maybe, oh wow, I participated all these events and apparently I'm a very creative person or something. I mean, not everybody has parents who tell you, oh wow, you have been very active in a sports club. Aren't you a team player? Aren't you up for maybe a job that is team-oriented? So that really helps to reflect for learners what they can do or what are they capable of. And yeah, we are experimenting with it, and it's a lot of fun to see actually these use cases from a truly learner's perspective, because right now the certificates most of the time look from a silo perspective from the issuing party. So a certificate issued by one party cannot be interpreted, what is the word?
Interpreted?
Yes, that one, in another institution. So yeah, that's why we implemented the ESCO framework, and I'm happy to chat about ESCO because it's far from perfect, but it's a good start.
Well, that's all we can hope for, I guess, is a good start. Okay, so back to James. What challenges or risks do you see in blockchain-based credentialing at scale, and how do we avoid hype and deliver value?
This is great. And Franzi, your answer is so good. I'm still thinking about it. So one of the biggest challenges is getting systems builders to agree with each other, right? So whatever framework we might take on, ensuring that one organization's adoption of some framework is somehow compatible with another. That is the biggest challenge, and the opportunity there is to make something as general as possible and to name that from the learner UX role, right? Like learners want to see that they are growing a set of skills, and that's very exciting. And we've had a lot of learners report that they feel like they're playing a great video game, even though we've done nothing on graphics, right? Gamification has nothing to do with cute graphics. It has everything to do with the experience of achieving a thing and wanting to do the next thing, right? So if we give learners that user experience, and then we can solve for the challenge of just getting to the point where we have enough of a shared schema, then we're partway there. And another thing that really resonates, right? It's not that we all have to be looking at our own credentials all the time, but they do just have to be machine readable, right? And on the blockchain side, what smart contracts allow us to do is say, look, this organization needs contributors who have this set of skills, right? And that needs to be discoverable. Somebody used the word findability earlier today, same idea. Discoverability of credentials that represent the thing I need, right? But then I don't need to tell the whole story. I don't need to know every standard that was hit. It's just that the organization looking for the contributor needs to be able to find in some brief way a representation that this contributor has what they need, right? So I would say that the challenge is shared schema, but the solution space is around distinguishing what humans need to see versus what protocols need to see.
That's really interesting. Thank you. So that brings us to a question around the role of public institutions. Bertu, if digital credentials are to be trusted globally, what kind of governance structures do we need, and what role do or should public institutions like governments and the UN play in shaping and maintaining that trust?
Yes, thank you so much. So like as I mentioned to you, we have the Blockchain Academy for the UN ecosystem, and now we are building with our partner, like Exponential Science team, the Blockchain Academy for governments. And the reason we are doing it is, again, to make the governments understand that the blockchain is a technology that they can utilize on different levels of their like operations and institutions. And I believe that UN agencies, most of the cases, they are the ones that governments come and want to learn about new technologies. And the reason is also because of the trust that we got with the governments. They wouldn't go to a non-profit organization that they don't know so much about. They mostly come to UN and they say, can you do research on this topic? And then can we see the feasibility of this, like let's say like technology, to be utilized in agriculture or different levels. So like I see our role kind of like the middle person between the blockchains and then the government institutions to make them understand that they can utilize it on different level. So like as I mentioned to you like earlier, we have the academy, and following the academy we have the accelerators. We will do the same structure like again, in which we will then let the government institutions to pilot some projects on blockchain. To give you an example, let's say that we are doing blockchain academy in India. For us to bring government institutions is something very easy to do. Then we can bring them, and let's say that we talk with the Minister of Education about their like graduation certificates. For us to do something like this is quite easy. And I believe that if we make the governments understand the importance of this technology, they will use that, because they might be scared in the beginning because blockchain is a decentralized institution, but at the same time, once they know that they don't have to spend that much money actually, and they will save so much money, and at the same time they can really make their work efficient, I think they will utilize it. So I really think that again and again, like I would say, it starts with the education, then after it piloting some projects with them to see. And like we will try it and start with it hopefully next year, with the pilots by the end of like, let's say this year, and next year we will start the academy and try to see how we can utilize blockchain for the governments.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I look forward to hearing more about how that goes. Jan, I would be interested in your perspective on this as the Vice President of International Council on Badges and Credentials. Should we be working towards one universal system for digital credentials, or do you see more promise in a federated network of trusted issuers?
Wow, again, a pretty hard question, thank you.
I just like to keep you on your toes, Jan.
Yeah, I see. So I try to approach it from a certain way. At the moment, I think we have a very fragmented ecosystem, if you might call it like that, in the realm of digital credentials, identity, credential formats, wallets, and all that. They typically don't talk to each other. They are developed in silos, like identity solutions typically. Then we have now a verifiable credential format, but the European Union is also developing an alternative one, and Asia is having another one, India, and so on and so on. They don't really talk to each other, or can talk through the protocol, shared protocol. It's tricky. Identity, still very tricky, especially, well, in this context. And so on, learning paths. I mean, my dream would be I have my phone, it knows everything about me, like all the achievements, all the recognitions of activities, not only institutionalized, but also from behavior, from activities, from endorsements. I would say, hey, James is a great narrator. Yes, I endorse him for that, and maybe if many do that, it's a kind of currency, it's value, right? This kind of thing. And then my mobile phone or my whatever wallet would tell me, hey, this is you, and this you could do with that. Or something that you could do in order to, like if you apply for a job, as you said, if you applied for this job, that's missing. You can get the training here, right? Or in order to get this recognized, you may need to do this assessment, whatever. And this is currently not the place. This is my dream. And these end-to-end use cases, I think they are key to adoption. Also for the user side, because if my, let's say, credentials are fragmented, then we cannot build added services on top, like learning paths, for example, or mobility, like, okay, this credential is of value in one context, like in one company, or even in one United Nations or agency, but I cannot really carry it with me because there, nobody knows from whom it was issued. And that's the real problem, this cross-recognition. So the fun part is actually to build end-to-end use cases. And my assumption is that if we wait for institutionalized solutions, we have to wait for a long time. And maybe we have to be freestyle at some point and show that it's possible, even without this waiting. It's great to use infrastructure like ESCO for taxonomy, for example, but maybe we can also use AI to cluster or to have fuzzy recognition or whatever, right? Or maybe we can use existing wallets and make it beautiful. Like, you really want to look at that. And it's like a Panini album or Pokemon cards. Wow, why can't we do this? And so on. So coming back to the blockchain idea, it's, you could do a lot with this technology, but you just need to do it, and I think you cannot wait for institutions to adopt them to make it beautiful. That would be actually a call to action. Let's just build things and show that they are beautiful. And if they are adopted, then we are probably much faster than everybody else, waiting for the top-down solution.
Thanks, Jan. Now we have some time for some questions from the audience, if there are any questions. Yeah, I see a hand here. Do we have a mic? Maybe I can...
So I have like a question/comment, and Harvard was tossed around. And for those of you who do not follow US news, Harvard just took on US government and won. So their brand is going to stand strong for a little while. But I'm also curious because you're talking, and again, forgive me because again, I've said before that I'm a skeptic. I feel like the stuff that you're talking is very niche, and until there is a collaboration with a reputable brand, it will not go viral, right? Like, I feel like, and the same happened to a lot of the digital courses, right? If we talk about records of, you know, the discussion, digital courses didn't go viral. Coursera didn't exist until Hopkins, Harvard, Yale signed on and started giving classes online, you know? So I think just, you know, I think that would be my idea. And then my other thing too, some of the stuff that you're discussing around skills and, you know, skills and reputation are also very subjective. In the end, I just hate some of my coworkers. I mean, I don't, but you know, like, you can't, like, and it's a part of our human nature, but I do have a use case for you because I think there's a lot of places and jurisdictions where people with, who serve time in prison cannot access jobs, right? It's a very difficult issue. And I think for them, that could be a solution, and it's a social enterprise in a way. Thank you. I don't know if it wasn't really a question. It's just a kind of response to your, yeah.
Can I take a first stab and pass it down the line? I think actually some of those concepts are connected. The idea of the subjectivity of how I feel about the people I work with is critical. And it's a separate vector from what I know and what I can do. And often the only way to find out is by trying, right? And so in one sense, the way we think about people learning can also be applied to the way we think about people working together, right? We need to give people a chance to find out the subjective parts. For example, sure, we might know enough to work together, but we need a chance to find out if we enjoy working together, right? And that makes me wonder, do these sort of systems have to go viral, right? If it's subjective at its core, and there's this human element right at the center of it, maybe we're not in a hurry to scale it to billions of people, but we can build a strong feedback loop, right, that really allows people to get what they need in a highly subjective space, and then to keep building together. Could say more, but I'm sure other people have some ideas.
Maybe just add on to the niche idea. I think what Atri today showed with this example was when there's an incentive to participate, like through the tokens, then things happen. And it may be counter to intuition, like where's the difference? But for example, if you have a value in sharing your credentials or your qualifications, competencies, and so on, because you get other ways of recognition, or it gives you access to something, then it may become a currency, where currently it is not perceived as such. And if it becomes a value, for example, through neighborhood recognition, oh, you did this, I didn't know, it's visible, cool, like a starting point in conversation, everything, whatever, then that could develop in something that spreads. So it's not purposeful by design, top down, but actually you can find out what really works because there's some element in it that makes people share it, for example, and see the value and being recognized for that. I think especially in times, I think the World Economic Forum said a skill has a lifetime of about 3 years at the moment. That's discussable, and probably it's not 1-0. Maybe it's like the battery life we discussed today. And then I would say, but wow, if you apply this skill the last 3 years, doesn't it become more valuable over time? So maybe that doesn't work with a kind of, okay, this is a certificate. And as you said, many competencies acquired through practices, through doing things. And if we find ways, and if only to collect this about me, to have a kind of log file about me, what did I do actually? Who am I? And having this in a controlled, self-owned way that enriches me, but that could selectively share if needed. I mentioned this could spread, but as long as nobody's doing it, we cannot find out.
And maybe to just put another little thought to it, what really resonated was that you mentioned Coursera and these kind of these kind of platforms only grew strongly when big players jumped on. I cannot talk about the global situation, but for example in Germany it is like that universities totally are looking more and more into spreading out their business cases to offer micro-learning and these kind of things. And there I see a strong use case actually for using these kind of technologies, blockchain-based or not, but to really hand out certificates that work worldwide and can be taken along and these kind of things. I think there's a strong use case as well growing, but we are still in the very beginning. And if I think about AI is around, like the thoughts about AI is around for half a decade, half a century. And now we see like the strong use case. I think we are still like tiptoeing around to find the real use case and to find the real accelerator. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I thought it might be fun to do a quick fire round. And I wanted to ask you all what one skill or learning you would personally love to earn a blockchain verified badge for.
The world has so many problems, and wouldn't it be nice to be able to contribute to a lot of them? It would be nice. I would like to have a badge that got me in the door with any improvisational musical jam anywhere on the planet. How about that?
Yeah, me next. I have a son. I have 2 kids. I have a son, and he is turning 9 soon, and he's very excited about space. And we listen to a lot of podcasts about black holes, white holes. Did you know there are white holes as well? Yeah, there are. I didn't know either. So, so I'm learning so much just by sharing this podcast time with him, and we are having a good time. So I think I earn a badge for that because I learned so much about space and all these kind of things. I would love to have a badge for that, to show off how much I know about space.
Yeah, for me, like I'm from Turkey, and like in our culture, we love cooking a lot. But before I left home and like moved Europe, I didn't know anything about cooking because my mom is a housewife. So now my family, whenever they see that I cook on my Instagram, they cannot believe that I can cook very good now. So like I would like to show them that like I can really cook very good now, especially Turkish food, and I want them to be proud that like I can cook now, after so many years.
Again, difficult question. I would maybe like to have a kind of digital twin that grows with me and tells me what I could become or what I could be, but in the right distance, so not too far. Maybe.
Wow, okay. Great. I guess what's left is for us to wrap up. So maybe what's one idea, insight, or challenge you hope that the audience takes away from today or our discussion? Or some closing words, perhaps anything left to say, optional.
No, sure. This is emergent work, and it's not. What we're not looking for is the one system that's going to work for everybody tomorrow. What we're looking for are chances to launch experiments so that we can keep learning together and keep building. And to, just thinking more about those Web 2 learning platforms that in one sense did go viral and were successful, we're not sure how many people actually finish those courses, right? Because a lot of those platforms are selling to our aspirations. They collect a discounted fee of $9 when they were originally $80, right? They get you in the door, and maybe you finish the course, maybe you don't. The value prop here is very different, right? The work we are doing only matters if people actually learn something and then can provably apply it. So just looking at incentives in a way that can show that people are really learning things and are therefore really able to do things. I think that's the exciting emergent opportunity we all have in front of us.
Next, yeah, okay. +1, and I think looking at a time we are in right now and emerging technologies, I feel like we are, there's the danger of that society is torn apart even more, and that this valley gets bigger, and that there are people who are like super trained, and at the same time I see young kids learning in school, and school systems cannot innovate themselves quickly enough, and they are dropping out, and seeing also rising numbers with neurodivergent learners. I feel like this is really a chance to transform also education systems, because learning happens everywhere. When I see what I learned of YouTube, I mean, and I think we need to we could use digital credentials and learning certificates to really give young learners also the feeling, who drop out of formal systems, that they actually can do something and that it's valuable what they learn, and to empower them. And also when times are changing quickly and jobs pop up that we didn't know existed 3 years ago, I think we cannot spend time on these discussions, but we should use the credentials to empower young people or learners generally to really hopefully make this gap a little closer.
Thank you. So like for me, like I'm not going to say something about like this specific panel, but it has been several like events that I have been together with the blockchain like protocols and like having like side events together. Like I just think that like we have a saying in Turkish to say that like when you put your head to the pillow, do you feel good about yourself? And I feel like we can all feel good about ourselves if we all come together and sometimes forget that some blockchain protocols, of course, you all want to make a profit, which is, of course, like very natural. Like I also want to have a good job, like I want to have good salary. We all want that. But I think the discussions we have with the blockchains, and we met in the end of January with like different protocols, like in Brussels, and we sat all together, and they were very surprised. For the first time, they sat all together in the same table, and they were actually competitors. But our aim as UNDP, as UN agencies, is to see what we can do all together to solve the problems that are really in need of to be solved. And I see more and more, like the more time I think we spend like time together with different protocols, with different aims, there is, I think, a need for collaboration. And I think without collaboration, this technology, as everything else, is not going to survive. And we are going to have we are living in a world now that is like full of chaos. And I think that we are on the right path. And I think we should just continue doing it and just meet like in the middle grounds and make the best we can to help. And then maybe we can feel good when we put our head to the pillow, I think. Thank you.
So nothing much to add, actually. Just repeating, let's use the technology and the power we have to empower people, learners, and to recognize their competencies. I think that's a strong motivation. And we could do it. So, thank you.
Thank you all for this rich and thoughtful conversation. I think, I spent a lot of time this week and also the last couple of days finding out about what is possible for us to do with blockchain, but talking with you all this afternoon, it's more about what it is, not less about what's possible and more what about we could do with it, what we want to do with it, and how do we design for people, how do we empower people, how do we solve problems that really need to be solved, as you said, Bertu, and create meaningful recognition of skills. And the space is still evolving, and let's keep this conversation going and keep imagining what learning could look like when recognition truly follows real skills. A big thank you to our panelists, Francie, James, Jan, and Bertu, for sharing your insights, and thank you all thank you to you all for joining us this afternoon. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Maddie. And a big thank you to Maddie for the hard questions also.
Thank you.
So, we are now wrapping up, and that's what I will do. I will keep it short at the same time, so I won't repeat what we learned yesterday, but to be frank, yesterday feels now like a warm-up we did, and checking the state of blockchain, and especially here now in the grand finale, it was really inspiring, and this is something which will carry me quite a bit after this conference, and I want to say a big thank you to everybody, starting with Cardano to providing the platform, supporting the event, also the W3 hub that we could use the place here, then the UNDP team that you were open to share your cases, your struggles, where you're working on, and so on, for the openness of all of you, of the participants. Not to forget also our tech and sound team we have here. Please also. So, and what's the big takeaway for me? I think now it's the time. We are beyond the hype. We have everything we need. And also, as Jan summed it up very precisely, let's do it. Let's go and do the creative stuff we need to get moving forward in this world and to create the solutions which go beyond the limitations we have in our head. Because I think these are the only limitations right now, it seems, for me. So, but when I look at you, I'm totally confident we will manage it and we will get quite far with that. So that's what I'm looking for next year especially. And yeah, but most importantly of all are these two guys, Jürgen and Robin. Because these two were the crazy ones who had the bold idea and probably not a faint of it how much work it would be to, get this up and running.
I won't name any names, but all of you know who I'm meaning, who I'm talking to when I'm saying thank you. Like I would need to say thank you a million times to make up for all the effort you put into this. Like this has been a crazy ride now. Like this is months of planning, and I'm just so happy everything went how it went, and all of you came here just to be with us. So I'm feeling really honored, and thank you so much. And I hope we see in another place, in another time, and do something great together. And most of all, thank you, Jürgen. Like this, it's always just like you guys, you guys need to be aware that this man has a heart of gold, and it's always just a pleasure to work with him.
What should I say now or after this?
Nothing.
It's
say anymore.
It's a gift. It's really a gift that you were here, and that you are still here. So I'm crying now, and it's really a gift working with you together, and it's a gift that you were here, especially 2 days before we asked you. You are here highly professional. So please give him a big applause. So he's really a hero. So. Thanks so much for coming, and we see us and we do things together. That's what we are. That's why we are here. Thank you very much.
And grab some drinks, grab some food. Don't leave any food, drinks, and then you can just enjoy your day. Have a wonderful time in Berlin. Bye-bye.